Hello and welcome to Out of the Box on the Games Done Quick Hotfix. My name is Atitri, and I hope you are having a lovely time here as we get later into April. Whether things are warming up where you are or cooling down as they have been over here, the runs are hot tonight, but they are just as accessible as they ever have been. Starting with one of the classics of all time, The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past, and a category you may not be super familiar with, so I'll let our runner Yurok tell you about glitchless dungeon order. Let's get to it.
Hello, hello. Bitey, if you want to introduce yourself as well, in a minute. Sorry. Let's get this all backwards. Yes, I am Yurok, and this is going to be a little bit different of A Link to the Past speedrun from what people are normally used to. For starters, as you can tell, we're running on the American release of the game. And the reason for that is mostly for, you know, the conceit of the show is an accessibility standpoint. We've in the Link to the Past community, a lot of people talk about like, okay, I've got a copy of this game, I want to learn to speedrun it, but you guys are always doing this on the 1.0 version of the Japanese release. So, you know, I figured it would be a fun, just a fun thing to do to do a speedrun. There happens to be a category that you can speedrun following all of the rules of the category on the American version of the game, and so I decided to do that. So I'll let Bitey talk about that as we can go ahead and get into this.
Yeah, so my name is Bitey. I've been speedrunning this game for about 7 years and been playing this game since I could walk, so it was kind of funny that we were talking about the English version of the game because I actually have no clue what they're going to say. Even though I've been playing this for about 30 years, I don't typically play on the English version, so it's going to be a treat for me as well as you guys today. So
games appeal to players for all variety of reasons, you know, whether it's that tight control that we all know Link to the Past has, or an engaging story, which I would argue that it also has. So
I mean, it's the stereotypical, the archetypal Zelda story. So
fair.
Yeah, I am ready. So I'm gonna give us a 3, 2, 1, and we can get started. What better way to start than a GDQ file? So with that, 3, 2, 1, go.
Go. Good luck.
So yeah, I guess I can give a little bit of a background story to the category. It was actually my initial idea to come up with this category when I joined the community about 6 to 7 years ago. I was looking for a way to play, just like Yurok said, without any glitches, and NMG was the best that we had at the time, but I was looking, you know, for something a bit more simple than that didn't have the spin speed and the fake flipper and all the classic glitches in the game. Kind of put together kind of an idea for the rule set. We talked to the mods in the community, and then this is kind of what we come up with. And it's still a category extension, but it's quite a popular one. We have about 30 plus runs on it, and I hope in the future that more people will run it, and maybe one day it will be maybe a bit more of a main category of the Zelda speedrun for Z3.
So our producer, quick note here, our producer loves to do the video replay when something funny happens, and unfortunately he has also gotten you in the chat with the spoken replay of the fact that you said a certain number of years. That is a rather common meme these days.
Oh.
When you said it was either 6 or 7.
Oh!
Yeah, you got.
Nice one.
But yeah, that's fantastic. Like, one of the things I love extolling the virtues of here is that categories and rules in speedrunning are really just what a community makes them. So the fact that you came in with this idea, became its kind of champion, were you particularly involved in its routing, or was that more of a community effort?
Yeah, I mean, I brought the idea forward, and then, you know, when that comes forward, well, funnily, the first thing that I came up was, what's a glitch? You know, what is a glitch? Yeah. And that started a whole conversation that was about, you know, 7 days long as what's a glitch, what's not a glitch. So that was kind of how it started. And then once we kind of put a rule set together, and, you know, it's still kind of arbitrary as to what is a glitch. And it's always kind of the funny thing that people ask about. But essentially, once you put this together, the community started putting their heads together and like, okay, well, what if we do this? And then people started chiming in, because I wasn't a really, really good speedrunner back then. So it was a community effort essentially to get the route to where it is today. And even as recent as the last few months, the world record holder has come up with some new strats, which we're going to see here today, which is different from anything that I've been doing in the category. So it's kind of cool that it's still, even today, being optimized at the top level.
Yeah, definitely. That's always super heartening to see games with long legs like this, whether it becomes is because of a community and the concerted effort to continue to, or even sometimes incidentally, like in the case of Metal Gear Solid with Boba Skip being found completely incidentally by somebody who wasn't a speedrunner. But those sort of things that can revitalize the game, or if it's in the interest of people coming up with more category extensions like this one, there are all sorts of ways to make a game live forever as long as people are interested in having that happen. And very few games have longer legs than Link to the Past.
Yes, it's a long history of the speedrun. It's been around for many years. It's a great community to get involved in. Everyone's super helpful in getting people going. We still have active runners coming in, all the time. We just had a mentor tourney, which was run by administrator Popsicle and Sticks, who did a fantastic job on the mentor tourney. So we have that actively going like every year, where we bring new people in and teach them how to play the game. So it's a fantastic community if anyone ever wants to get involved in it. Definitely reach out to us or join the Discord, the main Discord, and we'll definitely point you in the right direction. So going through escape here, the escape sequence is it's kind of, when you speedrun this game for a very long time, the escape sequence essentially is like the switch off sequence. You're just essentially walking around. It's not necessarily the most exciting split for lots of people, because you're just essentially walking, but it's almost like the warm up to the game. The first two splits we're just walking. We're using a technique which we are allowing it in this category. It's called pumping. So you'll actually see Link sort of wiggling left and right as he's moving up and down, and kind of how that works is, as you're moving up and left in the game, if you pump the D-pad to the right, which you might see some here, he's actually pumping against the wall, and it moves Link 2 pixels. It gives him a chance to move 2 pixels instead of 1, which essentially speeds up his movement. So pumping is actually one of the most famous techniques that we'll do a little bit right here in this game. There you go. So that's what we call the pumping, or a little wiggle there. He does a little wiggle along to the wall there. So that's kind of probably like one of the most exciting techs that we use in the first part of the game. It actually speeds it up. So you're going to see him use it right here, where he's pumping through the water there. It actually saves quite a lot of time. These 2 rooms alone, it can save something like half a second or more just pumping through the water there.
So here's an esoteric question that I have no reason to believe either of you would have knowledge of, because we're going outside what I'm sure are the rules of the category. But knowing that triggering the inputs back and forth quickly is beneficial, has anyone ever tried testing the limits of that system with something like a hitbox, where you can hold one input down repeatedly, or on a consistent basis, and then pump the other?
You mean has anyone ever optimized the Taz to ridiculous levels?
Well, yeah, I suppose that would happen there, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I was just thinking far as actual physical mechanical things you could do. If you're familiar with the idea of the leverless controller, the big box of buttons, if you could do that by holding down one direction, constantly, and then mash the other, or feather the other as appropriate.
There actually is something we found out this past year. You're familiar with some of the they're mods where you can do 2-player 1 control, or not the opposite of, well, it's a 2-player 1 controller adjacent, but one mind.
Okay. Oh yeah.
Where both players are controlling the same character. The One Mind package has there's a hard version where instead of swapping between players once every second, it swaps every frame. And it turns out that because the game is swapping every frame, you can just do
pump automatically,
pump for free.
That's fantastic.
We were playing, when we were at an in-person event late last year, and somebody brought it, and then we were just kind of trying out like doing like the whole speed run with it, and we jokingly said like, all right, we got our comedy duo. One person's the straight man who does only cardinal directions, and the other person does the diagonals. And you could just pump everywhere for free.
Could you actually get where you were going? Debatable.
Oh yeah, no, it was like you could sit there and watch Link just like speed up as he walked next to the wall. It was hilarious.
We have developed kind of some insane strategies. So hovering is one of the most iconic kind of tricks that we have in the speed run, and that's where we essentially we're hovering our two fingers over the A button back and forth every 30 frames, and it actually makes Link hover over gaps. But we can actually utilize that technique.
Yeah, that's actually another thing you can do with in One Mind. Is one person just holds A and one person doesn't, and Link just goes over whatever gap you want.
And we essentially can utilize that hovering technique to hover the D-pad to get ridiculous times. We call it hover pumping, and if you ever see someone doing it on a webcam, it is quite ridiculous. The whole webcam shakes, sometimes the whole computer and the monitors and everything shake when you're doing it.
Yeah, the whole desk.
The whole desk starts shaking. It's quite funny to watch. So I guess we can talk a little bit about the category here. So that the early game kind of changes quite a bit from your regular NMG route. Mainly the rupee routing is a little bit different.
And if you wouldn't mind, before you get into that, we had a question in the chat as to what exactly the category rules comprise.
Sure. I mean, basically, it's anything that it's kind of a hand-drawn list of what we require, what we say is a glitch. So all of the classics. So like I would say like spin speeds, hovering, item dashing. So when you item dash through the pegs, for example, hooking through the block. So when you push a block and you hook through it, mirror deleting the block. Bomb jumping, so there's no bomb jumps like the classic hammer jump, the Ice Palace bomb jump, for example. Those aren't allowed. We require you to get the silvers because that's kind of the way the game intended you to fight Ganon. So we do require you to get the silvers to kill Ganon with Silver Sword. We don't allow the torch glitch. We do allow some of the things that are A, hard to place, and B, can just happen naturally. So things like using damage boost strats, like getting the key in Eastern Palace that you saw there. The laser bridge skip where you just walk past the laser. It's not maybe the intended route, but we do allow it because you're just essentially walking, right? It's like, how can you ban just walking, right?
Yes, I'm sorry. We actually force you to stop for this section of the game.
Yeah, we need to get the shield because we don't want you to walk to the chest because the game designers didn't design that part properly or whatever, I don't know, Right. So we did try to make it fair so it's not ridiculous.
Yeah.
But, in like fake flippers is another one, for example, we don't allow that. So all of the kind of the minor, what we call the minor glitches, there is a full list on SRC, which I can actually get where you can read. It's literally an entire list of what is allowed and what's not, if people actually want that.
No, I actually have that open. You hit most of them.
Yeah.
And the other part is on the more fundamental level, the major rule of the category is completing the Dark World dungeons in the order listed. You cannot enter any other Dark World dungeon until you clear the one you are currently on. That and the silver arrows, as you mentioned.
Yeah, that's the dungeon order part. And that was actually, that's what kind of changes the route. So obviously in NMG, we go to Pod and then we go, I can't remember, it's Thieves Town and Skull, and we kind of do it all out of order. But in dungeon order, it forces us to go into what we call the intended order. And intended order is when you map on the Dark World, it gives you the crystals and it shows you the order that the game kind of gives you, an idea of maybe what to do first. And because we're going to do that in that order, it actually changes the route quite dramatically because we need the flippers really, really early because we're going to Swamp Palace straight after Pod. So then it changes the entire rupee route, for example. And for instance, you're going to see Yurok grabbing loads of rupees. Anytime a rupee drops, he's going to get it. He's going to pick up some rupees from trees, which we'll talk about later. And this is a big difference from the NMG route that you'll typically see. And also it forces a lot of different fights. So, usually we get the tempered sword very, very early, and we run around with the tempered sword, and it's, the boss fights are a lot easier. In this, we force ourselves to do the Master Sword Moth fight, the Master Sword Argus fight. Those fights become a bit more challenging and very, very different. And even going through some of the dungeons with the Master Sword changes as well. So it's enough of a change. So obviously right there, we would spin speed. He just jumped off the ledge. So to a normal person, they're probably thinking, hey, he's going fast. But to a speedrunner, you're going, whoa, what's he doing? Yeah, why? It just looks so strange.
I will say this has been one of the hardest routes to learn. Because I just want to keep doing the thing.
Right. At least one you to discard everything you learned for every other category.
Yeah, there was at least one practice run in the week leading up to this that I'd leave Sahasrala's hut and try and do spin speed on the staircase right outside. And I'm like, no, I can't do that.
Well, so here's the secret. As it is in any form of being talent, when you're giving a presentation or doing a production of some sort, if you don't say anything's the matter, your audience probably doesn't notice. So if you'd like to tell on yourself if something goes wrong, you're certainly welcome to, but I'll leave that to your discretion.
Well, one of the nice things about running this game on the American edition is that most of those glitches actually don't work. Gone.
Yeah.
So I can't accidentally spin speed. I can't accidentally hammer dash or fake flipper. I can accidentally hook through blocks, so hopefully we don't do that.
It's actually quite iconic. Right there, a little spin to get the rupee. That's not an NMG thing. That's just this little neat little thing there. One of the iconic things about this category is not DQing your run. And there's been multiple runs, myself included, who have got to the very end, and there's a block that we hooked through, and I think at least 5 people have hooked through it and DQ'd their run right at the end of the game. So it's become iconic.
Not the kind of stumbling block you'd expect in a speed run, but truly.
Yeah. There's just no way around it, and it can happen. There's like 3 different places you can hook through blocks, and it's so natural that it's impossible to not do it if you're not thinking about it. So
yeah. Usually the way people get around not hooking through that block is by hovering the gap that's like literally right in front of it. If they're trying to like save time and avoid menuing to the hook shot, but you have to use the hook shot to get across the gap in this category, so you have it, and so your muscle memory is like, oh, let me just hook through this block real quick. And that's bad.
Right.
Alright.
Getting the glove here.
Gloves acquired.
Oh, the power glove. I've heard good things about that.
Really? I haven't.
Actually, a recent episode of Passion Project here on the Hotfix that I happened to be substitute hosting for because the host Amber Cypern wasn't feeling well, featured a game that was made entirely to make use of the power glove.
Oh, nice.
It's really something special called 8-Bit Hero Trainer. So if you get a chance, head over.
I think I've heard of that.
Nice. Yeah, so you out there watching, when this episode's over, take yourself over to YouTube and look up Games Done Quick and take a look for the episode of Passion Project, including 8-Bit Hero Trainer.
I will check that out.
So we're going to say we're coming up to, I'd say this is probably the biggest pain point, the very first pain point I would say of the speedrun for speedrunners. This is where you can essentially win or lose 12 seconds. It's they're called land mollusks. I call them the wacky air snakes. They are a nightmare sometimes. They fly around all different directions with really strange RNG. It takes years and years of practice to get good at this fight. I'm going to stay silent for this.
Alright, so this guy needs 3. Nope, he only needs 2.
Right.
All right, cool.
Honestly, I'm as impressed as anything that you were keeping such close track of how it was going, knowing your 3 targets apart, as that it went as well as it did. Like, you had 2 out of 3 in the cycles it seemed like you wanted, and then the last one you were just ready for. So, well done.
We got what's called a sync pattern there, which really sucks, where the landmos, they essentially spawn at the exact same time on the second cycle.
That was a frame perfect.
Yeah.
That was a frame perfect A press.
Oh, I haven't seen that for a while.
All right, so this is a big difference if you're familiar with the any percent run. We have to go this way because we can't fake flipper, as we mentioned. We're just gonna run all the way.
Side breeze.
That's pretty good lag. There's a lot of sprites on that screen, so it can lag pretty badly, but I think that one was pretty good.
It's roughly about an 8-second time loss versus the fake flipper route. The fake flipper spawns you right at that little portal there.
And we're back. Oh, we got good RNG there. Let's go.
Essentially, the fake flipper, for people that don't know, is when you jump off of a ledge next to the water, if you're on the very rightmost pixel of the game, when you jump off and land in the water, if you're holding right, the screen will actually transition while you're in the water, and it will keep you in the water, and it'll allow you to swim without actually getting the flippers, which is why we call it fake flippers. And it's a trick that we utilize to save, like I said, 8 seconds. It saves us running all the way through what we call West Side Breeze, and you just swim from the portal and end up right at this cave. So that's the first major route change for sure. There'll be a few more as we go on. Oh, these are the nightmare enemies. Oh yeah, we hate these things.
This is probably fine. Surely nothing bad can happen from here.
There's lots of things I can call them, but I'm not going to say it on GDQ. They essentially can end your run. You could be an hour into a speed run on the best pace of your life, and one of these things blocks you, and it's over. And it's completely RNG. It's so sad.
Yeah, they stay frozen for what, 10 seconds?
10 seconds, I think 9 or 10 seconds, yeah, and you cannot do anything about it apart from just cry, usually.
I mean, you can try and despawn it, but that's sometimes it's just not a really good thing that you can even try and do. Oh my god, get below it!
That's why we hate him.
I was like stuck on the little rock there that I couldn't move down.
Yep. You know what? I was appreciating your description conceptually, and then I saw it for myself, and I understood viscerally in that moment.
Nice.
That was really tight, but we made it through.
Hopefully we won't be arrow booming here because we're not allowed.
Can't do it.
Yeah.
There is no. It's again. I literally can't do it.
Right. Not a problem.
Reminder.
Not an option.
We actually have found some recent tech, like as of like this month. An OG runner a couple of OG runners have found a really weird potential 25% chance at saving 90 frames in this room. If you throw pots on specific frames, you can actually hit the last tile faster and save about 1.5 seconds, but it's a 25% chance. We just found it out like this month, which is kind of cool.
Will Mike Tysonify this run yet? Turn it into the RNG of the perfect run being 1 in several billion. Granted, we have lots of RNG to talk about later.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine trying to do that over the course of an 1.5 hour long speedrun. That sounds terrible to me. Goodbye, bomb. We don't need that bomb drop.
Prize packs are actually, I'll talk about the prize packs after this room, because this is kind of another major, never mind, I can't do that.
I'm just gonna grab this heart just because.
Difference here. So we would bomb jump across this gap typically. probably gonna... So we would typically bomb jump across this gap by using the damage of the bomb to boost yourselves across these gaps. And you can boost essentially across these 2 tile gaps with a bomb. But obviously bomb jumps are disallowed in this category, so we are going to do the intended way, which is kind of, you know, the kind of the thought again of the category. It wasn't necessarily about it being a completely glitchless category, or a lot of people get hung up on what's a glitch and what's not. It was more about trying to get you to play the game as kind of the developers intended, so to speak, which was obviously to go up to the top and you know, drop down and get the bomb. So it's kind of a feel of how this category goes. This is another dodgy fight.
Yeah, who amongst us on our first playthrough of Moldorm didn't get an object lesson in how this fight typically goes?
Coming up is actually the coolest strat that I just saw it for the first time this week when E-Rock was showing me, because we were, you know, watching his runs and kind of getting a feel for the category, because I hadn't done it for a little while, and he showed me this strat. And this strat actually was developed by the current world record holder, who came up with this strat in the latest route. So you're going to get to see this to understand how this all works. When we pull a tree in this game, or a statue, or there's a few things you can pull in this game, and it will spawn you rupees. Now those rupees that spawn is based on how many enemies you kill after you pull the tree. So he's going to pull this tree and it's going to spawn blue rupees, okay? Now, if he kills 4 enemies, so that's 1 enemy there. If he kills 4 enemies without taking any damage, there's 2, and pulls another tree, it will then spawn red rupees. And we need red rupees in this game. So there's the second kill, there's the third kill, the fourth kill. So he's going to go get the red rupees, okay? And then he's going to go get the Master Sword. And this is where it kind of differs a little bit from the normal route. So the normal route, we would go get the Master Sword and we'd come back and we'd pull this, but we need extra rupees. So he's actually going to do a double tree pull here, using, I don't want to spoil it, but you'll see what happens.
Yeah, we gotta find 4 more enemies to kill. And we just passed 1 on the way, and that's not gonna do it, so you'll see. Suddenly, Sahasrara contacts you telepathically. Just by the way.
And with the power of English text, we can understand what he's saying to us telepathically.
Apparently, the power lies in GDQ.
This is everybody's favorite part now.
GDQ, help!
Let's get some ayes in chat.
Aye! Aye!
If anyone can properly represent the Wilhelm scream in chat, I'll throw you a free sub.
Oh, that's not good.
Uh-oh, that's not good.
That's alright. We'll just do that and then do a backup here. And do another one.
Okay. So he's going to pull the bees, kill 4 bees, and it's going to spawn red rupees, essentially. There you go, there's the 4 kills, and then there's the red rupee. So that's kind of a change even from, you know, from the regular GDO route that we've all been doing. That's a very recent change.
Alright, and we're going to do 1 more of those tree pulls right here. So we just killed 2 enemies. Oops, I messed up. But I can just kill this guy instead. Nice. And then,
that's a top speedrunner right there. That's experience.
And then
that's
that
the
guy.
Green Guard knew instantly how to back it up. That's the kind of stuff that doesn't get appreciated sometimes. The fact that he was meant to kill the Green Guard, he dashed right by it, and without even thinking about it, knew to instinctively get the Blue Guard without even thinking about it on the split of a dime. That is so cool to see live.
All right, we are going to try and get 1 more rupee pull by doing this entire dungeon without getting hit. And if we don't, there's a backup that we can do.
I think this is what we would consider maybe a sweaty tryhard strat.
It is absolutely. This doesn't happen in the world record. The world record of the speedrun. They do something else.
I mean, that's, they always say fast is good, consistent is best, so.
Is this technically faster than
That was a little scary.
A little bit. Sorry, you were saying technically faster than.
Yeah, I've actually never seen this before. It's this is completely just for GDQ. It's not something that you would typically go for. So I'm trying to work out if this is actually even faster than what we're doing right now.
I'm gonna grab that rupee pot just in case.
Yeah, so we see he's at 398. We need to get to essentially 610, sorry, by the time we leave pod, because we need to talk to Kiki. And then Kiki costs 100 plus 10. Then we need 500 for flippers right after pod, which takes us to 610.
Thank you, Boomerang.
Do also need 100 for the super bomb, which is a little bit different in this category. So we need 100 extra rupees in GDO versus NMG because we require the silvers, which needs the big bomb. So again, the rupee routing is quite a bit different here than NMG. It's definitely the big talking point of the light world for sure. You can post the stuff that I posted in the chat there so I don't get banned for the 6th time.
What, the Aghanim section?
Yeah, the Aghanim section. For those of you who don't know, if I post this, I've done 4 or 5 of these commentaries now, and I post this every single time, and I get banned by the bot every single time. So I got the mods to do it this time. Essentially, this is the big pain point of the speedrun. Essentially, this is completely RNG. He's going to do a spin attack, and the very first one's guaranteed, and then every one after that, the next 3 is completely random. It's 50-50. Essentially, the minimum you can get is 0, the most you can get is 15. For every blue ball, think of it as 6 seconds. And then after, I think it's after like 3 and then 7, I think you add another 6 seconds. But for basic understanding, just kind of add 6 to every blue ball. And then that's the time that we wasted in the run. So, if you get 7 blue balls, I think you waste something like 48 seconds. And there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. So it's kind of the prey moment.
Oh, we're at 4, so we're doing great.
Yeah, we've basically moved into the middle of the standard distribution curve.
And essentially, an easy way to think of it is 0 to 2 blue balls is about 33%. 3 blue balls is 33%, and then the other 4 to 15 is 33%. So you have 1 in 3 chance of having a good run, 2 in 3 chance of having an okay run, and then the rest of it's just. I mean, you can still PB with 4, 5, or 6, but it gets pretty difficult.
The 7 that we are getting is not great.
There we go. Yeah,
we were ahead by a lot, and now we're
all
quite
that was
far
left
behind.
on the distribution curve was the less than 1% chances.
We did keep our health though, which is super cool.
We
so
did.
We can do the tree pull, which I've never seen. I've actually never seen this before, so it's kind of cool to see it live. Excuse me, guys. Yeah, we got 7 blue balls. So in an actual speed run, this would be 42 plus your 3 plus your 7. So you'd be 42. You'd be 54 second time loss. This would be if it was a speed
you'd
run.
be 30 to 40 seconds behind your best time, assuming much better luck.
Yeah.
We're at plus a minute on gold right now.
There you go. About 30 to 40 seconds is most of that time right there. So what you're telling me is, if the game had been nice, you'd basically be on gold pace.
Here's the pyramid. Very nice.
Oh, that spear's in the way. Oh, that's not good.
That's rough. That's really rough.
Of all the
Okay,
places.
well, thanks, Snapdragon. I'm sure it'll be fine. We don't have to do bomb jumps, so we don't have to worry about it.
What could possibly go wrong?
I don't like.
what is that?
I don't like that you said that so readily. You were expecting something to happen sooner or later.
What can be a kind of a nightmarish dungeon, but we kind of intentionally take damage in the NMG route, but in GDO we don't need to take the damage because we're not doing the bomb jump. So it's not as bad to lose health, but if it was an actual speedrun, we kind of want beams to beam the crystal switch in one of the later rooms, and if we don't have the beams, we have to pick up hearts in order to get our beams back. So, in an actual speedrun, getting hit with, I think it was like 45 frames per pot, so it'd be like a 2-second or something time loss. It's quite a big time loss in pod.
Muscle memory, I don't need that bomb.
Picking up bombs. So yeah, their bomb routing changes a little bit because we're not going to use... We essentially would use 2 bombs to do the classic hammering up, but because we don't do the hammering up, we don't need the bombs. We actually pick up less bombs on the route, so...
Yeah, this dungeon's interesting because we just kind of like meander our way all over the place, picking up keys so that we can progress to the next area and find more keys and eventually make our way to the boss. Is this guy gonna get in the way? Sure is.
Oh. Yeah, I think there's 6 keys in pod, small keys, is that right?
Yes.
And there is actually a couple of different ways to do it, and there's kind of an older route and a newer route, and they're very close in time. Most people, in fact almost everyone, does like the route that you're seeing now, but there was an older route that kind of, it was a little bit different. I think it got less bombs, which is why it was finally sort of disregarded by most speedrunners, but it's kind of cool that there is multiple ways to do this first part of the dungeon without losing too much time. And then this is the classic hammering up screen, which we don't do anymore. So this is where we would essentially bomb across. So where that big chest is, we would actually lay a bomb. Oh, I'm scared.
That's not good. I usually have beams there, and that usually kills him. All right. Oh, okay. Oh, this is fine.
Yeah, no worries. This gives me a little bit to remind people.
We have a buffer in the estimate, so it's okay.
And
we actually have more health.
To remind people that SGDQ is coming up, and it's going to be live in Minneapolis from July 5th to the 11th. If you want to learn more information about it, head over to gdq.gg. You can also register for the event while you're there. And if you follow Games Done Quick on Blue Sky, you might have seen that the schedule started being teased just today. There we are.
We'll just do that.
Nice.
All right, so we're not quite done with rupees yet, but luckily there's a whole bunch right here.
This should take us to...
Yeah, here's our 600 and then some.
Yeah, so essentially we need to get to 610.
Yep, so we're good
we've
now.
already spent 100, well, it's 600 because we spent... No, we still need 10 for the dwarf, so it's 610.
Yeah, we're good. We're good on money now. I want that.
In the GBA version, you can actually slash items, which is a little bit different than the SNES version. Right? I think you can.
I don't remember. Probably, because you can slash...
Or does that destroy them?
No, I think...
You can do that in the original Legend of Zelda. You can slash to pick stuff up.
Okay, yeah.
And I think they somehow brought that over. I think I could be misremembering completely.
I'm sure it's in the GBA version where you can slash items, and you can also burn bushes, right? To make them disappear or something like that. There's weird.
It's been forever since I played that version of the game.
It's a bit of a janky version of this game, not gonna lie. some weird properties to it.
Archery
That's
content.
what's the nature of the relationship between SNES games and their GBA ports. Everything was a little bit manky, but we still had good fun regardless.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
I mean, we were just happy to play them on the go.
Right, it doesn't matter that I could only see like 2 feet around Mario in each direction. I was playing Mario 3 on the Game Boy. Or Game Boy
Yeah.
Advance.
Nice arrow pickup.
Oh, we have beams again.
There
We did it.
Cutscenes are long in this game. I think they're 14 seconds for every wall, and I think there's 2 main ones, so 28 seconds of the speed run is it 14? Maybe it's not that long. Maybe it was a bit long.
It's a good time to pause and reflect on your life and, things like that.
How the run's
Well,
going.
Yep.
Get some quick hydration in. Don't forget to hydrate if you're out there watching, chat.
So we got the down RNG. That's another. That was nice though. Got a little bit lucky.
Yeah.
The turtle can go up or down.
He just came back to us, so basically no time loss. All right, this is gonna be fun.
Yeah, I'm gonna be silent for this.
I'm gonna let you talk about this.
Very nice. So essentially what's happening there is we need to hammer the shells 17 times. You can also use bombs to blow a shell up, but essentially we hit him with the hammer 17 times and he goes into the aggro phase, which is when he is attackable by hitting his head. But speedrunners found a faster way, or I think it was Yuzu Haro maybe, he's a Japanese speedrunner, found that if you spin speed, the spin speed that we're not allowed to do in this category, it actually opens up the hitbox and makes the hammer hits easier. So we traditionally will spin speed in this room, and then you can hammer them from quite far away and hit them over and over and over again. But because we can't do that in GDO, we have to do essentially the kind of the intended route, which is hammering them off. But Europe was doing a kill at the end where you hold your sword out and you actually do a diagonal upright hammer, and it's quite a small hitbox, but if you do it just right, you can actually hammer Helma over and over again. It's a very, very quick fight, but it's very, very difficult, and even at the top level, it's an extremely difficult strat to get. He got 2 hits in there. You saw one, 2, and then I think Helma, Mike Tysoned him to the face, and he had to do the sword instead.
Yeah, it's one of the scary parts of this run for sure.
We actually named these Ropas because they jump really high. The very first one, kind of like Tony Hawk, obviously, because it's the second one I think is Eric Costin for you Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2
Nice.
players out there. Super huge ollie. And then Britney Spears is the last one because it's the last one they can hit you. To hit me.
Right, of course. Just one more time, yeah.
I always find that quite funny.
I was racking my brain for other Pro Skater characters like a Rune Glifberg or a Chad Muska, but no, we had Britney Spears, of course. Silly me for thinking otherwise.
That was actually a screen called the lottery screen. So that Ropa there, it can actually, when you're dashing, it can actually hit you out of your dash and clip you into the wall. And you can get like stuck there. We call it lottery because essentially it's a prey. You dash and pray, and there's a chance. I don't know what the percentage of chance is, but it can essentially lose you a lot of time and health, which is really bad for Ice Palace because we need beams to go fast.
That catfish was not happy with us.
This is probably the biggest change in GDO versus NMG because of the iconic Ice Palace bomb jump, which most people know what that is. There's a section of the game where you can slash the crystal switch and the crystal switch will go up, and you can lay a bomb down and you can essentially bomb jump across the gap. Now in GDO we don't allow bomb jumps, so you're actually going to see an optimized traditional route where we essentially fly all over Ice Palace, doing it as fast as possible, but it's something that you don't typically see, and it's probably the biggest thing you have to learn in this route is learning where to go on Ice Palace, because it is an absolute maze. When you don't do the
Ice Palace bomb jump, it's the biggest skip in the entirety of the run. It saves multiple minutes, probably between 2 and 3.
It's actually a good point in chat that someone was saying that, do we use glitches to change the dungeon order? Actually, no, we don't. You don't require to actually use glitches in order to change the order of the dungeons. We can do these dungeons in order or out of order, not using any glitches at all. Wow, I forgot about this route. This very strange route. So he's swimming all the way to Swamp Palace. Typically what we would do in the NMG run... Sorry, I thought we were going to Ice Palace. Wow, that's so crazy. This is wiring my brain.
Yeah, it takes a lot to get used to this.
So we're not doing Ice Palace for like another 3 dungeons now, but I thought we were going there because that's just how my brain was wired. But
like, wait,
we're actually skipping Ice Palace.
I did wonder why we were talking about Ice Palace.
We're going to Swamp Palace because it's the second dungeon,
look,
right?
But Yurik, you didn't do anything you weren't supposed to. The comms got ahead of you. That's fine. That doesn't change the run validity any.
Yes, we're all good. We are headed to Swamp Palace first.
There is actually a glitch there that can DQ your run called the mirror block delete, where if you essentially push a block and you spam the item button over and over again, it will actually just completely delete the block. And it just disappears, and it is actually banned because it is an unintended glitch, which does allow you to speed up a little bit. And there's a few areas where you can actually use the glitch, so we did ban it. But it is one of those ones. I don't know if it's patched out of the US version or not. I think that's one of the ones that maybe isn't. I can't remember.
I believe it is. I don't know. I'm not about to try it and find out. But everything from here on out for Swamp Palace is pretty normal, other than the boss fight.
Yeah, essentially, we're still early on in the game. The game thinks that, you're in the second dungeon, so everything is kind of low health. The Master Sword versus the Temper Sword doesn't really change, most of the sprites. But the boss fight, however, is completely different because the boss fight has a tempered sword and a hook shot. And we use a really, really difficult... Oh, the Phelps squeeze, let's go!
I did that just for you.
So we can make fun of myself. So when I started this game, there's a very long... corridor that you swim down at the very end of the Swamp Palace, and in the practice act it's called Phelps Way. Now they're obviously talking about Michael Phelps. Now me being silly and not realizing it, I thought they were talking about the Tektites. I thought they were called Phelps. So I was calling them Phelps for like a couple of years before someone actually corrected me.
Getting caught up by these Phelps. Phelps? What are you talking about?
These Phelps. Yeah, so it's like finally told me that they're actually called Tektites and not Phelps. So kind of the meme now that I've just called them Phelps from now on.
Right, they're Tektites for everyone else, but for you, they're Phelps.
Yeah. It's just a little thing I found about a couple of years ago, where if you nudge the block, if you nudge the wall, you can squeeze past that Phelp there. So it's nice to see actually get the RNG for it. But yeah, so the dungeon is kind of mostly the same, but like I said, the boss fight, you do have a tempered sword and we do have a hook shot, and we use a really interesting difficult tech called a sword out hook speed. Now what that is holding B down, and there's different ways to do it, but we usually hold it down with our middle finger, and we use our pointer finger on the Y button and our fourth finger on the A button, and you have to hold the B button down with your middle finger whilst pushing Y and A on the same frame to initiate a sword out item dash, which puts Link into a state where he can continually hook each puff and kill them instantly. It's a very, very, very difficult trick to learn. It's probably one of the last tricks that people really get consistent. But in this we have a Master Sword and we can't do item dashes, so obviously it's more of a traditional hook and spin boss fight.
I love it. Yeah, I fully believe you when you say that's very difficult to wrap your head around, because I was trying to conceptualize an SNES controller and where you'd put everything to make that happen. And I got lost about halfway through that explanation.
Get out of my way.
It's actually another room, so we use a hook dash in this room. So anytime we talk about a hook dash or an item dash, it's essentially pushing Y and A on the same frame, and it puts Link into a really weird state where strange things happen. And what happens if you push that statue in hook speed frame, it sends Link into like a kind of a stuttery, shady animation, and it makes the pop pickup easier. Now, why that?
Yeah, well, I don't know why it does, but it does.
We got some scientists in the chat, I'm sure, that can tell us, but it's a very weird state.
Josh is here. Josh will explain it.
This is Phelps' way. I thought this was Phelps' way because of all the Phelps enemies. He's going to start off by 3 hook shots and a nice triple spin. This is actually very difficult to do, by the way. This is not easy at all. This takes a lot of time to master this strat.
Oh. We're just gonna... Hey, come back here.
Oh. And then needs about 4 spins. The Argus versus the typical 2 with the tempered.
Alright.
It
started out fine, but then because of the way that fight starts, you tend to kind of go in a counterclockwise pattern, which tends to mean that all the puffs are just like running away from you the whole time.
Got it. Well, since we are just finishing up the Swamp Palace, is it about time to take our wellness break?
Just a moment. We're gonna wait until we get to the grove where we find our flute. Okay. Because there's no enemies around over there. So we will pause when we pick up the flute and watch the little woodland creatures scatter around.
Okay. To answer the question in chat, our producer loves to do replays of particularly fun or interesting moments. So we have a version of the show feed itself that's on a brief rewind, so we can show what happened, 15 to 30 seconds earlier. So anytime something either particularly impressive or particularly funny happens, our production team is on it.
Nice gold.
Hey,
very nice.
All right, how do I get out of here? I don't remember how the screen works at all.
Yeah, this is very strange to look at. You did not do anything like this in MG Run. Because essentially we're coming from pod, right? So we go from pod to Thieves Town, but we're going from pod to Swamp to Thieves Town, so... We're gonna flute, and then that'll be the wellness break as soon as the flute gets picked up.
We'll find it here. Dig it up, and we can pause here.
All right, very good. We'll take a few quick moments, as we like to do in longer runs, just to get our runners and talent and our viewers out there in the habit of taking care of themselves while they're speedrunning, because that is very important to what we do around here. So take a few minutes, get yourself something to eat if you need, something to drink, take some medications if you have them, and stay tuned for more Out of the Box coming up next on the... Welcome back to Out of the Box on the Games Done Quick Hotfix. My name is T-Tree, and we are deep into a Legend of Zelda Link to the Past Any% glitchless dungeon order run with Yurok. Let's get back to it.
Hey, thank you very much. Yeah, so for those of you just joining us, we just collected our flute, finally. And we're about to head off to the third dungeon of the Dark World. That would be Skull Woods. So we're going to get ready here in 3, 2, 1, go.
Instantly grab the tree.
Instantly. Instantly grab the tree.
I always call that stopping for a sandwich.
Alright, I gotta remember how this works. I want to walk all the way over here.
Yeah, it's a nightmare.
Because this guy is just ridiculous.
We call him Usain Bolt because he's the fastest guard in Hyrule. He literally is. He will end your day so quickly without spin speed. We usually use the spin speed, which gives us, the super speed where Link essentially probably goes like 2 times speed of dashing and we fly right by him. But in this category, because we can't use it, it actually makes the screen very different and very hard.
I love that we've got chatters with the emote of Link grabbing the wall.
Yes.
It's going to happen some days.
Very important.
It's one of those things that, as a top runner, it feels like you've lost like 3 years, but in a sense, you've probably lost like maybe 20 frames or something, but
For sure.
it really feels bad. So it's how it becomes at the top level. Like every single frame you lose, every time you bonk, or every time you make a single mistake, it's very jarring.
Oh yeah, some significant portion, especially competing in popular games at a high level, is about self-perception. Is a run where you've made only small mistakes, you could be surprisingly close to a personal best or something like that, even though it feels terrible because you felt like you messed up many times.
Please come over here.
This is interesting.
Or don't.
Stream.
That's fine.
Typically, we would, go use that warp and go to the left, but going north into the forest from here is something you don't see very often. So it's a bit of a route change going from Thieves Town to Skull. Oh, and also, again, not having a tempered sword yet, because we can't get the tempered sword until we get the golden glove, which is in Thieves Town, and we don't do that till third. But typically in the NMG run, we want to get that glove as soon as possible so that we can get tempered as soon as possible. This is another route change. This is another bomb jump, which we would typically do. You'll see in a minute there'll be a room with a big chest. We would actually go under... Oh, no. Just, go
Gotta
for
clear
it.
the door. The door sucks you back in.
So you'll see down the south here, there is a bottom.
Oh, this is great.
So we would typically come in from that door there that we just went out, and we would bomb jump across the left side of the pit, and then get the chest, and then we would fall down the hole, which spawns us back at the door. Again, we can't use bomb jump, so we're slashing the bushes, which is the intended way to get the big chest, which has our fire rod. Which, of course, this game, you get an item in the big chest, you usually need it to kill the boss. That's how this game works, mostly. Nice difference of Master Sword strat there, so...
Yeah, the Master Sword does not kill these enemies, so I have to do something a little bit different.
This is the Mummy Hellway room, considered one of the... It's typically not too bad, but it can go very wrong very quickly if you miss an input or miss a fire rod shot, and they do 2 hearts of damage, and they're very, very fast enemies that don't reset when they hit Link, so they just keep walking into you over and over again, and you can die very quickly, which is why we call it Mummy Hellway. And then coming into the boss, this is the Moth fight with the Master Sword. Very difficult fight. Probably the hardest fight in this category for sure. Hammer or Master Sword.
Gotta hang on. There we go. There.
Very nice. Did you get a double at the end there?
Just a single, I think.
Is it? Okay, I'll look at double there.
I don't know. I don't care. He's dead.
So, weird thing about this fight, although it's the US version, so you don't get Spike Overload, right?
I think you still do. I don't know.
Do you?
Maybe not. No, I'm pretty sure you do, because like this fight can go off the rails very quickly.
Okay, maybe not then. So there's a weird kind of, I guess, oversight when I don't know if it's an oversight or what it is, but essentially if you slash Moth into the spikes, the spike overrides the damage and doesn't damage Moth. So you can essentially keep slashing and slashing and slashing Moth into the spike and it'll take no damage. So you have to essentially slash Moth when she's in the middle of the room or against a solid block or, into some space. Otherwise you don't damage Moth, and you could, it can go very, very bad.
Ooh, another gold. Let's go.
Hey.
GG.
Nice.
This is another route change here. We, typically we would float away, but we're actually going down to Thieves Town here, so another route change with the GDO route.
It's actually one of my favorite segments. It's just so cool. Like that dash down there and then just head to Thieves Town. And it's really short, so like we just get back to the action right away.
Yeah, I agree. It's actually my favorite screen to do in this category as well. Actually, it's a weirdly simple kind of screen, but it just feels so good for some unknown reason. I think because we're so used to just floating away and not doing anything on that screen, it's actually nice to have to actually do something on the overworld screen after Skullwoods.
Yeah. From here on out, with one notable exception, the dungeons that we do are going to look pretty similar to what you may have seen in an any % speedrun. So this will be pretty normal stuff for those of you who are familiar with this.
Yeah, so the blind boss fight, for whatever reason, it takes the same damage whether you have the Tempered Sword or the Master Sword, so it doesn't actually matter what sword you have, the boss fight still takes 9 hits to kill, so that's why it's not going to look, I don't think any, maybe the Skittles, whatever those green Skittle thing. Oh, this is the worst room in the game, as you can see. It's a horrendous room. I don't know what
that actually wasn't that bad, honestly.
Yeah,
the room can be a lot worse.
Was maybe sick that day, and he just took a few things and plotted them in a room and said, "Here, that's this room." That's what it feels like.
It's good.
That room was developed while the game designers were on a big pinball kick. They're like, well, what if we had pinball bumpers? That'd be fun, right?
Sure. Enemies that
it's
you
a room that makes
can't damage half the time, but still get hit by. Yeah, it's totally fine.
It's a room that makes no sense to me in this game. Like, everything has a strat, everything has a way to kill or get through. There's nothing you can do sometimes in that room. That room just destroys you. Even if you're the greatest player in the world, it will just destroy you. It's no fair way to get through it every time. There is what we call a god pixel, where if you land on it and you dash all the way through everything, and even then, the game still says no sometimes and just stops you.
Yeah, the RNG was such that I actually couldn't do, even if I had landed on that pixel for my dash up through the center of the room, the Gibo, which is the little red blobby enemy, was in the way, so I couldn't actually do it.
Oh, that's what that's called. I always call it the Patrick Star.
Most of the rando community calls it a Patrick Star.
Yeah.
Oh, of course. Oh, that's the second time that guy's actually been electrifying in a way that I couldn't just dash through him in like 24 hours. So I'm not sure what's going on.
You did the double slash dash?
I did.
I found that strat's not consistent for some reason. I've had the delay. I've been doing 2 slashes and then a buffer, so tap A then dash is what I've been doing. For whatever reason, 2 slashes doesn't work for me recently. So this is a scripted fight. It's one of the only scripted fights we have apart from Armos. Essentially, it's 3 hits phase 1, 3 hits phase 2, 3 hits phase 3.
That's fine.
And he's dead. And, At kind of the top level, this fight, it's kind of like a, you can do it every single time. It's not, typically a stressful fight. But if you don't know how to do the scripted fight, this fight, it becomes one of the hardest fights in the game. So it's one of those, it's the easiest fight if you know it, and one of the hardest fights if you don't.
Yeah, it feels chaotic in a vacuum, but it's a very reliable way to handle it.
It is very chaotic, and we are saved by the fact that the way the RNG gets rolled on the boss, if you do the same thing every time, you get the same RNG every time. So
terrific. Unlike that one room, but we won't talk about that room.
Unlike that one room.
Yeah, unlike that one room.
I like how you get asked the same question at the end of every thing, which is, do you understand? And one of the choices is not at all.
I mean, I feel like that's what Bitey was telling us up at the top. It might as well have been mashing the not at all button every time the game asked him if he understood up until now, since we're finally using English text.
Yeah, now we can read everything about what's going on with Ganon getting into the Golden Realm and
it's true.
All of that stuff.
And how GDQ is the only one who can help us.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, this is the OG route. I haven't seen this for a while.
Well, we're leaving after this, so this works out better.
Yeah, that's fair. Hey, return my partner.
That's right.
Now I'm going to give you a great deal on a sword upgrade.
It is a pretty good deal,
10 rupees. Versus our 500 we had to pay for our flippers that's going, well, we got them already, but
I also appreciate the other option is, I just dropped by.
Yeah.
Yeah, just drop by.
They still ask you like 3 times, are you sure you want to do this? You won't have a sword. Yeah, it's fine.
So you will see a purple chest spawning in the background that is, there's actually a bottle in there that we require for like the 100% route, which gets all the items. You'll sort of pop up on the screen there. And then we're going to Ice Palace. Hey, we're finally at Ice Palace. Now we can talk about it again.
Or anything you care to reiterate since the last time?
I guess Spooky Altitude is banned in this. I kind of forgot about that.
No, well,
Spooky Altitude. How dare you!
That's the way the fire rod is supposed to work, sir.
Yeah, Spooky Altitude is a very, very strange glitch. And it doesn't really save too much time here, but we can use it in another dungeon where you can essentially fire rod, 8-9 tiles down, and when it hits an enemy, it will actually activate the fire rod like 8 or 9 tiles above and hit crystal switches in the next room. It's a very, very strange glitch, which we will not get to see today, but it's probably one of the coolest techs, I think, in the game.
Yeah, what I did there was actually the reverse of that, where I reset the variable so that it behaves the way that it's supposed to. And allowed me to kill the... Oh, really? Allows me to kill the Freezor before, it gets, too far, like, otherwise I would, like, miss it. So yeah, we're gonna have to do all of this now.
Yeah, this is the famous Ice Palace bomb jump that we would typically do, where we put the orange pegs up and we bomb across. This, so because we can't do that, we're going to have to do a route which a lot of people may never have seen before. Even NMG runners might not have seen this before, so it's cool to see. Quite a bit of a different route. We see all sorts of weird rooms like this.
Of course. Yeah, at least we got through. So those guys can, like, get in your way completely. We gotta go find our big key. Oh, that's not how that works.
Did you actually dash across the spikes?
Yeah,
I mean, yeah.
That was amazing. Oh, it was so good. That's not how that works. Oh, that was gold.
we'll do the reverse of that on the way back.
Yeah, Crab, it is a very difficult dungeon to just fire up and just do if you don't know where you're going. You would definitely get lost, for sure.
Or doubly so if you're used to the strats with bomb jumping and what have you. Being asked, okay, now do it without.
Yeah, and there's actually also another glitch which is banned in NMG, which was a little bit controversial potentially, but it essentially allows you to, it's called, what's it called? Samaria?
Oh, Samaria door state extension. Samaria block push door. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Icebreaker.
Used in that room, it's called Icebreaker.
Essentially, you go into the room where that big key chest is, and you can actually clip through the rail using the Samaria. It is allowed in the NMG rule set of the rando community, but there was a vote many years ago whether we would allow it in NMG, and it was voted to be banned. So it is banned in NMG, but it is not banned in rando. So a lot of the rando community are used to glitching through the dungeon as well. So when you remove that and the bomb jump and you try and do it, it's equally difficult. So having to get a key and then come all the way back upstairs, and now we're going to have to wrap all the way around again because the pegs are in the wrong, essentially they're in the wrong state. So we have to wrap all the way around and drop back down again in order for us to be able to push the block from the other side. And this is where we're going to get our small key. You did that yesterday.
I don't know good strats to get through this room.
This is the meme mail, as some people would call it. So that big chest has the blue mail in it. We have the big key, right?
We do. We could get it.
Yeah. So this is actually a category where you actually can get it, because in NMG we actually skip the big key. I'm just gonna silence for this boss and I'll explain.
That's not the right menu.
Okay, we're fine.
All right.
So yeah, in NMG we don't get the big key. So we basically go right by the big chest and we can't get it. And in that chest is the blue mail. But in GDO, we actually get the big key and go right by the chest. So it doesn't cost a lot of time to get it. I think it's like maybe 8 seconds or something like that, or something. It's
it
not
costs
a lot
a bomb and yeah, probably like 5 or 6 seconds.
So it's actually a viable chest you can actually get in this category. And I think the first few runs I did of it, I got the blue mail. So for those of you that don't know, that he was actually in Oko state there. The cold stare puffs, for whatever reason, do 4 hearts of damage when we have the green armor. So he took, typically we will try and kill them both with a spin, but he ended up what we call a puff party. The cold stare split, and it becomes actually a very difficult fight, and he clutched it out no problem because he is an amazing speedrunner. But it can be quite a scary situation when you are in that state, and those puffs can essentially run around the room and do whatever they want. In typical speedrunning, it is actually a big death point for a lot of NMG or a lot of Z3 speedrunners, is that boss. It's a very, very, very difficult boss, if not one of the hardest boss fights to learn.
Seriously.
No, it makes sense.
And
like I mentioned earlier, one of the things I've been most impressed about, not necessarily watching, here's this setup and it makes this fight so easy, but it's been Iraq's ability to adjust to play the ball as it lies in some of these boss fights where things have gone a little askew. Like, you know, they talk about have a backup strat, and sometimes the backup strat is just be ready for anything.
Yes, there's a lot of adaptation that goes into learning the speed route. Any of these categories, whether it's this one or someண்ட் of the more conventional, like no major glitches. Mm-hmm. But I mean, where am I going? Ice Rock Cave? Yeah. I think it's actually that just applies to every category in this game. Like,
sure.
There's some kind of nonsense that you have to learn to deal with, and being good at this game is learning how to deal with that nonsense without losing a ton of time. All right, I need to get a heart from one of these guys here. Or not.
It's a 50-50 drop, right? 50-50, I think.
Correct.
Yeah, I'd say that's one of the things that sets apart the very, very top runners from the very good runners, is the ability to deal with the worst possible RNGs or situations and, you know, not lose tons and tons and tons of time. And that just comes with years of experience playing the game and having things go wrong for years and years and learning how to deal with them.
Yeah, and it's not just the ability to do it without losing tons of time, it's the ability to do that consistently, no matter what different unusual situation you find yourself in. You know, like I mentioned earlier, fast is great, but consistent is best. And the more runs you can get later into the run on a consistently good pace, the more opportunities you'll have to, you know, get good patterns, get a little bit of extra luck, and then end up with a great run.
Well, we got lucky, and then the fire shot went the wrong way. So.
So what happened there was, it's a backup strat. I think it's really cool. Essentially, he's starting the fight with the fire rod with the intention of finishing it with a beam. But in order to do that, he needs to spawn a heart on the way up. So he spawned the heart, dashed through it, and got the beams, and he was gonna, you know, didn't manage to execute the strat. But it's a really, really, really cool strat. Like, really cool strat. It's not something. Well, I don't know if it's kind of a newer strat, but I've not seen too many people do it.
The person who invented it has been around a really, really long time and hasn't played this game in years.
Yeah, I guess so. I've just not actually seen it until very recently. I've seen it pop up on a few people's runs and was wondering where it came from. But
that's fascinating. I mean, I feel that is also often the way with games with a particularly long lifespan, where it's like, hey, we figured out how to do this like 7 years ago, but no one actually figured out where it could be routed into a run until somebody made that, you know, that magical connection.
Yeah. I like how they make this puzzle, and then you really only have to do half of it, because the fire rod just shoots through railings.
A really good example of that is the cold stair fight, the fight before this. I think somebody shot a fire rod shot at the bottom of the screen, like just messing around, because I don't know what happened. They were just messing around or practicing or something, and they found that I think that it hit cold stair, and they were like, whoa, what happened there? Right. And that's how I think Spooky was born, and then people took that concept and then blew it up and then turned it into, whoa, you can actually do this and hit crystal switches in Mire, which, you know, we're not going to see it in this route, but in the NMG route, we actually use that tech. So it's kind of a very great example in this game of how that transpired into what it is today.
That's very cool.
I was asking about the spawning the heart in Mire 2, Josh. So when you don't have beams, you know, you kill the enemy, dash through the heart to get your beams back.
That's unfortunate.
That Wiz Robe does 4 hearts of damage.
It does. That's okay. I'm just gonna keep doing that with the Nope. Okay.
Yeah, we can actually cheese this boss There's actually an interesting pixel we can...
That's not the right... That's not the right thing that I need.
So these crystal switches that you're seeing is where we would utilize the spooky altitude glitch, which obviously we're not seeing in this run. But we would essentially fire rod in the room below here, hit the anti-fairy, which is a little red thing that's bouncing around, and then the altitude of the fire rod would actually activate in the room above and hit the crystal switch, which saves us having to do that whole section. It's quite a big time save, like 12 seconds I think overall. I'm going to silence for this fight.
That's what I want. Alright, hang on. Oh, I ruined it. So close.
That was a hell of a fight. I was not scared in the slightest. That's a complete lie.
I was scared when I didn't slash going into the door.
Yeah, that was a very scary fight. It's always even scarier watching someone else do something that you don't know what's happening.
That's a mitigation strat that I came up with. Normally, we damage boost through that fight to take care of it very quickly. But the normal strat takes a minimum of 5 hearts to do it. And I was just curious one day and was like, I wonder if it's possible to do with... Well, I saw Doomtap, another runner in the community, coming up with things to try and do the fight in the low percent category where you don't have the tempered sword, so it's a lot harder to get through it. And I was like, I wonder if you can do this fight with 4 hearts. And so I came up with that.
Yeah, it's very nice. I like that. It looked comfy too. Well, obviously once you know it. Alright, so after Meyer, we are heading off to do some interesting shopping that you will not see in MG. Well, sometimes you do actually. I shouldn't say that. And this is kind of a choice of as NMG runners. It's a bit of a safety where you can come and get the gold and silvers. It's typically, you know, a lot of runners still like to get the gold and silvers. It costs a bit of time, but it does make the end game significantly easier. The top runners forgo the gold and silvers route. It saves, I think, roughly about just over a minute or so. It's a pretty lengthy time save. But in the GDO category, we require you to kill Ganon with the silver, so it is a mandatory item that we must get. We don't require the gold sword, we just require the silvers. So that is a choice of the runners to get it. Obviously, the big bomb, we need 100 more rupees, so that's why we farmed a bit more rupees than we would in NMG as well. Oh, nice dash, actually.
Yeah, I mean, we're speedrunners.
Mysterious. Mysterious pawn, did you throw something in? Yes, you're an honest person. I will give you these important items back. Something, something, something. Here's the silvers.
That's right.
The game tells you, hey, in case you weren't listening to the fairy, these are for Ganon. Hold on to them for later.
Yeah, it does give you a hint. Where does it give you the hint to actually get the silvers casually? I've never known that.
I don't know.
How do you know to get them? Any nerds out there?
Made it
There
through.
you go. There's a question for chat. Anyone in chat know where it gives you the hint?
Oh, this is going to be fun.
Get the silvers casually.
Please leave me alone. I've done that once before in practice, and I was like, oh, right, you have to dodge that afterwards.
As a kid, I didn't know you could get the gold sword. I always just got the silvers and never ever threw the tempered sword in for some reason.
Cool.
That's why we hate dead rocks.
Well, we'll take that.
That's
fine. See, you can
That is
you can just like respawn them, but it's still quite a pain. It might be free. Oh, nice. That's a joke in the community about that particular portal to the Dark World. You can. It's not a free trick of like landing on a pixel that makes the transition take a shorter amount of time, but we joke about it being free. And we got it somehow, because we don't have super speed that actually makes it easier to do. Please leave me alone, Bari.
beams are OP in this dungeon. Yeah, Astro, I never actually realized about the gold sword until I did a casual 100% of the game, and I think I sent a screenshot to someone or something in Discord or something. Someone's like, well, where's the gold sword? And I was like, what are you talking about? I didn't know there was a gold sword. He's like, I thought they were winding me up. You know what I mean? So that's how I found out about it. And I played this game a lot, so I was very surprised.
Thought they were playing schoolyard pranks on you. Oh yeah, no, if you do that and then you turn the cartridge off 3 times, you'll wake back up in Link's room with the gold sword.
Yeah, I thought that was one of those ones. The Pokemon.
Right, yeah, the ticket under the SSN.
Yeah, ticket under the SSN, that's the classic. This is a really difficult room in the speedrun. So those chomps have really wild properties and they do 4 hearts of damage. And you can go in there with 12 hearts and die very easily. It happens to the best of us. It's got through there. We actually used the iframes. So we hit the switch and landed on the block. The block gave us iframes and we used the iframes to walk through the chomps. Pretty cool to see.
There's a healthy conversation going on in chat about where, if anywhere, there are explicit hints. And, the consensus is that they're not sure either.
There are hint tiles in most of the dungeons, so it's probably one of them. But
yeah, people were describing that, but it seemed like at least some of them that people were thinking reference a secret technique of darkness, not inherently something about silver arrows. You know, there's lots of like context clues. The fact that there is a great fairy in the light world, the fact that the bomb shop is carrying new items. They give you a lot of the constituent parts to get there.
I guess when you go down the pyramid, there's a big crack.
Yeah, true.
You know, that's got to be a dead giveaway. But sometimes there's cracks and they don't do anything, so there's also that too.
Just like in Zelda 1. Granted, if you played Zelda 1 and then you played this, you probably did a lot of the same stuff of trying to bomb everything you could see.
Nice chest line, I saw that. Sonaria is a very useful weapon, but it's also a very broken weapon. If you want to see some very broken gameplay there, check out the major glitches category of this game, where we use the Samari to do all sorts of very weird things to the game.
That's an understatement. I don't understand half of the things that are going on in some of those
Sure,
runs.
but how many speedrunners both do all of the techniques and know the underlying reasons that they work? So that's a Venn diagram without the most overlap.
That's true. Not sure why I got shot there. It's not important. We're just gonna soldier on here.
I don't think there's any hints about the gold sword though, right? Only silvers that maybe there is, but I don't think there's actually any hints of a gold sword that I know of. But again, I haven't read English text until now, so
Right.
for many years anyways.
comfy fight.
Yeah, that's an interesting fight. It's another one of those kind of scripted fights that if you do it the same way every time, it's pretty easy. But you can also go off the rails too if you make a mistake. So it's usually a given, but we've all died there at some point. Nothing is a given in this game. That's all I'll say. Nothing is a given. Read all game text percent. That sounds awful.
We found Zelda again.
It's a very popular upgrade incentive at marathons to include, extra cutscenes or other things that would normally get excluded.
May the hero lead the way to the Triforce.
So, Bitey, what I'm hearing is that you need to... Oh, not that way. You guys mentioned... I was thinking 100%. I was like, what I'm hearing is you need to make 100% glitchless dungeon order.
Right, there you go.
Oh, goodness me. That's an interesting concept. 100% GDQ, that is...
I brainwormed myself into thinking I needed to go into Hookshot Cave.
That is an interesting concept. Yeah, that would change the route pretty significantly.
Quite a lot.
Quite a lot. This is Ganon's Tower GT. This is... I think it's the most fun part, or one of the most fun parts of the speedrun. It's almost like a challenge dungeon that essentially puts you in front of a lot of the things you've already faced. Every possible puzzle, every item that you've picked up, all the enemies in one room. It's a very, very, very difficult dungeon to do fast at the top level. This is, I would say, the dungeon that separates, the very, very best from the best is the ability to do this dungeon fast. It's incredibly difficult to consistently do this dungeon fast. We didn't push. We didn't DQ
Yes,
the
no
run.
block glitch.
No block push.
No block push. That's the one spot where you can block push by accident.
There's another one.
Yeah.
That one's almost easier to accidentally do.
Yeah. That was the first one I seen. I did the one that DQ'd me was the mold arm one, but I have seen a couple of people in that room do it as well.
We don't need those bombs.
So what he's actually doing is he's dropping bombs to give himself essentially a free menu or a better move menu. Oh, he went for it.
Almost.
After a mold arm too, yeah.
We'll just get those.
Nice. The arrows. We'll see a few different strats on the way up here versus, maybe like a typical top runner NMG run. We do have silver, so there is a few different strats that we can utilize. The first one here is a Mimics 1.
And we screwed it up. It's
so fine. It's fine.
Hello?
This is absolutely fine. So yeah, these rooms
We'll just grab that arrow too.
It's over, it's done. We don't need to speak of it again.
Well, now that we
This is
have
actually kind of a...
Now that we have a million arrows, we can get back to doing the usual things. This isn't bad. 7 hearts is okay.
The turnaround slash.
Yeah.
I did the wrong I did the wrong strat for the RNG that we had.
Gotcha. No, it was great
Very
recognition that was the case, though.
I'd argue this section's the hardest in the game to consistently do well. The gauntlets. Many hours spent practicing this. It's essentially 5 rooms can see he's flying through it, but this is not easy to do. It's very easy to lose multiple seconds, like 10, 15, like, as an example.
Yeah, sure. Or whole attempts for that matter.
Sure.
It is a very difficult section of the game. But this section is very nice because we have the silvers. So we can just go bang, 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 they die. Very powerful weapon. That's why the game wants you to have it. If we didn't have the silvers, we would use the fire rod and then pick up some magic, which we will need in a little minute here. Very nice Samaria block strat. It's cool how speedrunners have utilized strats like this next room here. You know, it's normal to, you know, me or speedrunners, but to someone else watching, that's so cool. Like, look at that room. Utilizing the hitbox of the Samaria to kill the 3 guards while slashing the 4th guard, and then dashing out the room before the door opens. Like, it's so cool, but it's so simple too. Setting up a magic skip because we use silvers. So you're going to see the bomb utilization here. So it's going to switch to the bomb. And we need that for the bumblebee wall. You see that he dropped the bomb there. So what he did there was he dropped the bomb so that the menu moved to the next item in the menu, which was the fire rod. So he essentially got the fire rod to come out without using a menu, which saves just over a second. So very cool utilization of technique in the game there. That boss can be very annoying as well. This is where you can accidentally hook through the blocks. We didn't do it today. That's very nice.
Spidey hates this strat.
Never punished.
Sometimes punished.
Yeah.
Alright, we haven't talked about the fact that there are like extra text boxes in this game the whole run, and right there are 3 instead of 2, and it's just the worst. Okay, sure.
I would argue this is the hardest boss in the game. In terms of, not in terms of, you know, dying, but in terms of time loss in the speedrun, this boss is so difficult. So difficult.
Yeah, you're constantly being asked to re-triangulate based on moving targets.
Yeah, I mean, you can essentially get a 2 cycle, and the reason it's tough is because even if you do it perfectly, you can still get bad RNG, which means the minimum is a 3 cycle. But, you know, the best is a 2 cycle. Sometimes, you know, even top runners will get a 5 cycle or even a 6 cycle. Like, it can really, really go off the rails, and every cycle is worth 5 seconds. So like that's 20 seconds you're giving away on that fight. It can, and it's right at the end of the game, which feels really bad. So. About to see this is kind of a standard NMG fight where we have the tempered, except we will be killing them with the silvers. Euroc showing us the classic dashing into Ganon strat.
What's going on with my bats?
The bad bats. That was. Why did you have bad bats?
Don't know.
That's
okay.
interesting.
We'll just keep going. Now
so what we're referencing is the bat pattern. So when he gets to the second cycle and you hit him 12 times, he spins his bats and his bats start attacking you, and they're actually decided by the amount of time that you spend on the ice Armos tile, which was about 3 minutes ago. And typically if we do the room normally, we should get normal bats, but for some reason we have bad bats, and I can't quite work out why.
That's fine. We're fine now.
And interestingly enough, it was actually used, that technique that was found very, very long time ago, and it was actually used to find a cheater many years ago in the game who had spliced a run, and he had bat patterns that didn't match his Ice Armos fight, and it was this
that's what gave it
idea
away.
was that's what gave it away. They found out the bats, and it was how they found out that this cheater. So it's kind of it is a very long time ago, but I find that very interesting.
It's like room patterns that are predicated on leaving and entering doors, as is sometimes the case in like Metroid games. So if you're splicing a run, some things won't match there.
GG's.
Very nice.
Very nice.
Alrighty.
I'm wondering the same thing, Josh. I didn't think he spent that too long on the tile there. That was kind of interesting. Maybe something to look at there.
GG.
GG, dude.
Thank you. Only 2 deaths.
You're looking at right about 136.45? 136.41.
Around there, yeah. This is a pretty decent time. That's around what my very, very first practice run was, so I'm happy with that.
Good.
When you factor in 7 blue balls,
right.
That's also
the extra half a minute there.
That's it. Yeah, that right there is close to a minute of it. So, high 135. That's a pretty good time.
Yeah, you had a couple of golds in there. Definitely some portions to be proud of. Well, very good. Thank you for coming on and showing off this interesting, a little bit different, I think, from what the speedrun audience is used to seeing and from what each of you were used to talking about, as some points in our commentary would indicate. But if people would like to see more from you, Yurak, what can they look forward to and where should they come find you?
Sure. You can find me here on Twitch at UrakXX. I do many glitchless, quote-unquote glitchless categories. That's we call no major glitches the glitchless categories, just colloquially. I'm kind of in between on like what it is that I actually want to focus on right now. I'm thinking I might get back to my 100% with save and quit allowed category. It was a category that I pushed for to get added to the boards because we had 100% without save and quit. It's a big long story about like where all of the Link to the Past categories came from. But for reasons, the non-save and quit categories of no major glitches were like the de facto ones that most people played. And I was like, "What if there is a save and quit for any percent? Why isn't there one for 100%?" So I came up with a route. I did some runs. I managed to get the time below the existing 100% world record, and then I convinced a few other people to like do enough runs that we could create a leaderboard for it. So now it exists. Now it's a new category, and I think that's what I'm going to be focusing on for the next little bit. But I do lots of different things, and for anybody that wants to get into the Link to the Past community, you can always come by, ask any questions you want, of anybody in the community, really. Like, shout out to the community at large because they're wonderful people. They love having new people come in. We talked a little bit at the beginning of the show about the NMG mentorship program, and we've got like 8 new people that like just learned the speedrun earlier this year and are now doing runs fairly regularly. So like if you want to be one of those kind of people, like don't hesitate to ask any of us about anything, and we'd be happy to help you out.
Very, very cool. Thank you for sharing all that. And Bitey, how about yourself?
I'm just gonna promote Yurak because he's the one that's doing the running. I'm just talking, so I'll just take my time just to promote Yurak. I think he's a fantastic guy. I've known him for many years. Really chill streamer. He's actually the most watched streamer on my stream list, I think, for 2 years. So I've watched him a lot, and he's always nice, very kind, very talented. He's done a lot for the community, so yeah, make sure you go give him a follow, and all the best.
Very cool. And we had a question from the chat about getting in touch with the Link to the Past speedrunning community. I went ahead and pulled the Discord on the SRC page, so I hope that's the right place.
I mean, it's just a Discord link. I couldn't tell you, but sounds like it.
Fair.
If it's not, somebody will tell you. You can reach out to any of us, and we'll find an invite for you.
Very good. But yeah, thank you all for coming on and doing this very interesting run for us. And thank you all for watching Out of the Box so far. This is not the end for Out of the Box or for the Hotfix programming this evening, because this is a special double feature of Out of the Box. Satan herself is not able to join us this week, so we are featuring an extra large Zelda run coming up for you next. We'll be going from Nintendo's perhaps most prestigious and most legendary console to one of the overlooked ones on the Wii U for a Legend of Zelda. Welcome back to Out of the Box on the Games Done Quick Hotfix, where if you can watch it, you can run it. My name is T-Tree, and while we don't have an episode of Creature Corner for you tonight, I wanted to fit something into Satan herself's slot that is Creature Corner coded in her honor. And because I love to get an opportunity to show off how the breadth of different content in the speedrunning world and how some runs are more of a marathon than a sprint. And who better to run out a marathon than a wolf protagonist in this run of The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess HD with Gymnast. Gymnast, let's get to it.
Hey, thank you very much, T-Tree. But yeah, I'm Gymnast. Hello. I am here to run Twilight Princess HD any %, which for an any % speedrun is a bit of a marathon because it is about 3.5 hours is our estimate today. Joining me today on commentary, I have the wonderful Glubbers. How are you doing, Glubbers?
I'm doing good now that I'm no longer in a car. Hi, I'm Glubbers. If you watched Twilight Princess at GDQ, I ran that.
Not being in a car makes everything better, including both doing speedrunning and watching speedrunning. If you're watching speedrunning from your car, I hope you're in the passenger seat.
I have attempted speedrunning in a car on my 3DS when I was 15, I believe. Not while driving, but
okay,
as a passenger.
Good, thank you.
And it was definitely much harder, especially with the gyro controls being wonky. But thankfully, I'm not doing this from a car, so I won't have to worry about that. But anyway, I think we can probably get started here. So once again, this is just going to be the any % speedrun. This game, you can play it in normal mode or hero mode. I'm going to be playing it in normal mode because that's the orientation of the map that I'm familiar with. The hero mode variation flips the game so that it matches the Wii version's orientation instead of the original GameCube version's orientation. So that's why I'll be running on normal mode. But I believe if we have nothing else to say, we can get started.
We're ready when you're ready.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck. Have fun.
Thank you very much. So yeah, this is Twilight Princess HD, remake of Twilight Princess on the original GameCube and Wii consoles. One of the first things I'm going to do is actually change the camera controls to match the GameCube version, because by default they're swapped, so that's just a 3-second time loss that I have to take every run, because this game does not allow you to set that before the run starts.
The early days of accessibility settings, where you had them available to you, but you had to go find them for yourself and then reset them.
Exactly, yeah. Alright, so first sequence break we're going to be doing here is we're going to skip doing the first few days of Orden just by clipping through this gate, and we're going to use our trusty friend Epona to do that. We're basically going to try to get Epona to push us through the gate while the gate is swinging, so we're going to do some parallel parking with Epona right here, shift her a bit this way, bonk into the gate to push her slightly away, and then basically just repeatedly bonk at the gate now until the trick works. The trick is...
Yay.
This trick is not technically RNG, but, like, for practical purposes, it may as well be.
Sure.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's... The way that the gate swings is, like Jim said, not technically RNG, but it is in some... more complicated than this, but you can effectively think of it as an oscillating window of every 8 frames it changes its behavior. But we're through, so now I don't need to talk about the boring details anymore. Yippee!
Yeah, we'll do that same kind of clip later in the run, but thankfully later in the run, when we do it as Wolf Link, it's much more consistent to do. So yeah, the early game of this category is a bit reset heavy because, like, you know, if I was doing like real attempts and it took me that long to do gate clip, I would have just reset because it's 1 minute in. So it's like, you know, if I waste too much time, it's very easy to just go back and do it again.
On some level, getting off to a run is basically the same as practicing that trick.
Yeah.
Yep. That is, the reality for all versions of Twilight Princess is you are playing an early game simulator for multiple stopgaps, the gate being the first in all versions. The next one we're coming up to shortly is going to be Boko pushing.
Yep.
Which Boko pushing is fantastic and very odd.
Yeah, it's fantastic, it's odd, and it's a miracle that it works. But yeah, so one of the sort of consequences of skipping the first 2 days of Orden Village is that I do not have the wooden sword or the slingshot, which are both items that you get during the first 2 days of Orden, which means that I don't have a way to deal damage to bokoblins. So we have to get a little bit creative when we reach the North Farron Woods area here for how we're going to defeat bokoblins without a weapon. And this is where a lot of pushing comes into play. First I have to go get this small key, though.
So, I mean, the main thing about the Bokos is you can already see with this one here, they're very aggressive. They like to smack Link, and they don't really like to behave, as we'll see in a moment. First, we're going to open up the first Farron key door. This door is actually somewhat notable because it is where the first of very many, or very few these days, rupee slides in low percent exists.
I think the only rupee slide?
Yeah, the only one left.
So
Long gone are the days of 11 hours of sliding.
Alright, so
Anyways.
Yeah, we took a slight detour there to talk to our buddy Trill, who runs the shop here in North Farron Woods, and Trill does not like us right now, and thinks that we are just another enemy in the woods. So if Link goes into the shop, where Trill is, Trill tries to attack Link. But the good news is, I guess, hold on, the first good news is we can use these bokoblins to break the cage that normally requires our sword.
I thought the first good news was that Trill thought that we were an enemy.
Well, that is also the first good news. Anyway, would you like to explain that while I focus on pushing the Bokos, Glovers?
Yeah, so pushing Bokos is finicky, as you can see from how it just tried to slide off Jim right there. But basically, now that Trill thinks that we're an enemy, when Link goes into Trill's shop, it will attempt to attack Link. Trill will attempt to attack Link. That also means Trill will be able to attack, period, which means that it can also attack this bokoblin. So we'll go in, and then, yep, and you see the Boko getting hit. Alright, wonderful. Now, we're going to just go do that to the second one. If you guys noticed, it's a little bit interesting to push these Bokos down. Jim had it slip a little bit. This is probably where Tree was saying, yeah, so it's a simulator of that first trick where you clip through the gate.
Right.
It is that, but it is also a simulator for this trick.
Yeah. This character model that we're pushing clearly doesn't have like sharp edges or the kind of things that would help your targeting latch onto something.
No, yeah.
Actually, it's a cylinder.
No, actually, the collision for Bokos is 2 spheres. There's a sphere for the body and a sphere for the head.
Sure, okay.
Oh, okay, that's worse. But
Yeah.
Jim was actually doing very well at pushing, showing off that he knows exactly what he's doing, so it actually went pretty seamlessly.
And then
No,
when
yeah,
you
that
got
was
over
very
the shop,
good.
it was basically like the Angry Cuckoos from other Zelda games.
But now that we've freed Talo, what that's done is that's a sequence break, or we've now finished the sequence break, I should say, of escaping Orden to Farron on the first day. We're now immediately at the end of the tutorial sequence. We've never done the first goat sequence, but this is actually the second one that we're about to do. So Jim's going to have a lot of fun with goats.
Yeah.
Hey, there's a lot to be said for fun with goats, as long as you don't mind the smell. They're generally
true.
enjoyable to be around.
Not these
so
ones.
We do actually seem to have a good start here, from what I can tell.
They're being pretty agreeable, yeah.
Yeah, this doesn't look
okay.
bad. Yeah.
Yep.
And just go
Very
around
nice.
and get these guys. Under 20 seconds. I will happily accept that.
Very nice.
Yeah.
I was basically over
That's-
in the time we had to explain the idea in the first place.
More than you can ask for in any given run, let alone a showcase, is a time under 20 seconds. Anyone's happy with that. All right. If you're familiar with GameCube runs, you will think that this is a little bit odd, where Jim's just going to the side. That's not how the game actually works. HD plays more in line with how the game casually works, and we're going straight to the sewers sequence. Unfortunately, the Iron Boots are in, like, what, an hour?
Yeah. My Iron Boots time is usually like an hour and 18 minutes.
But more in line with the Creature Corner theme that Tree has set up for us, we will be the Wolfie form in just a moment. And there's that one green rupee randomly in this.
And there is just that one green rupee in this crawl space, yeah. But yeah, so the gate, the Boko pushing, and the goats are really the three sort of, like the gauntlet tricks at the beginning of the run. Now we have like a fairly consistent run for at least a little bit. Also, speaking of breaking boxes, I did not break the box early. This is unfortunate. I lost 3 frames, and I will never recover from this.
Financially, emotionally, end result time-wise, all of the above, maybe.
If I financially suffered from losing 3 frames, that would be...
Every speedrunner would be destitute. They couldn't afford their consoles or their games.
Like, wow, those are some expensive frames right there.
You know, it's like the challenge runs. Like I play Fallout 4, but every time I get hit, I lose money also. Those sorts of things.
That's just playing this game with the magic armor.
Fair.
That's true, yeah. Yeah, so this is the sewers section. Basically, tutorial on how to use Wolf Link. You learn how to dig, use your senses, jump to stuff with Midna targeting. All that good stuff.
General tutorials on how to be a wolf. So if you were ever wondering how to be a wolf,
I was going to say, I feel like most of us watching could probably use those tutorials. Now, there are some among us who have more experience than others, but broadly speaking.
So coming up here, we have a very minor attempt at a text skip. After going through this text, at least. So, we're...
text displacement.
Yes, thank you. We're going to jump off of this ledge, and unfortunately not get the text skip. If you manage to skip landing in the water there, you don't get that little text box from Midna, where the fall there is scripted. You have to fall down once for Midna to then teach you how to do this Midna jump technique that we can now do to get up the spiral staircase here.
Yeah, just even more. Oh,
Ropes.
all right. That is. I do not blame Jim for that at all. That happens more often than you think. Those ropes do not have good interactions at all.
Yeah, ropes. Specifically, ropes in Wind Waker, Twilight Princess, and Skyward Sword, in my experience, are usually more jank than not. So that includes those ropes that we have to walk across occasionally as Wolf Link.
Mm-hmm. But luckily, we don't have to deal with any more ropes until we come back here.
Yep.
Instead, we just have to deal with rooftops.
There's also a very subtle technique that we're doing as we move around as Wolf Link, where we sort of want to space out dashing off of a ledge, if possible, so that the dash animation gets interrupted by a jump or by, say, like a B attack as fast as possible, because then that means that we don't have to wait for the cooldown timer to begin dashing again, which takes about 2 seconds to cool down. So, just a very minor thing that we do in a bunch of places.
Yeah, we'll see that a lot throughout the run in a lot more subtle places than anyone would at first recognize, but we'll also see it used a lot, like in Castletown later, in also about an hour, where that's what we spam. So, and we get to say hello to Hugo.
Hello, Hugo.
Thank you for attacking Hugo.
Of course. I lost 3 frames for that. Probably more, but we'll say 3 frames.
Truly, you'll never financially recover from this.
I will never financially recover from this.
We're down 6 whole frames. How do you think this will look on a quarterly report?
I mean, run over run, quarter over quarter. What kind of metrics are you looking for here?
We're looking for... Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, we're looking for line go up, and the cynic in me wants to say we'll fire people.
Ooh.
Okay, sorry.
There we go. That's how all companies work. Number go up, line go up. Doesn't matter otherwise.
To cut down on bad jokes and other associated expenses, the host has now been replaced by a series of Markov bot chain responses. So,
oh, God. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, now here's the best part of the game.
Yes, this is Stupid Ledge, which thankfully was not stupid today.
Stupid ledge.
Yeah, for some reason, at like a lot of positions, trying to mid-na jump up to that ledge will just fail. Like Wolflink will jump up to it and then just fall down.
It's just like a giant table that you can't use most of.
Let's see, we got our shields, now we're going to go over and get our sword, both of which are actually useful. As of last August, the shield is now officially useful in Twilight Princess HD speedruns for the time being. Because, yeah, normally...
Talk about stocks going up for things in quarterly reports.
Orden shield is up.
Infinity percent.
Orden shield stocks are going wild.
But yeah, so normally, like if you're used to seeing GameCube and Wii speedruns, you'll know that they do the sword and shield skip, which skips getting the sword and shield that we just got. And while that trick does work, like we could do the sword and shield skip trick, it would not actually help us, because then, like Link at the beginning of the game, Wolflink would not, excuse me, not Wolflink. When Wolflink transformed back into Human Link, he would not have a weapon to use. And unfortunately, we cannot carry Trill around everywhere, defeating all our enemies, so we do eventually need the sword to deal damage to enemies, or else we can't progress through the game.
You can't carry Trill around with you through the entire game.
That's true, I cannot, but I guess I will not doubt other people.
I like to let people dream, personally.
Also, yeah, we are indeed playing on a real Wii U console, specifically using the Wii U gamepad, because the Wii U gamepad has several advantages, such as gyro aiming, being able to equip items without pausing, as well as a button that instantly transforms us between Human and Wolf Link once we get the Master Sword. So, yeah, it's actually kind of interesting. There's a trick that we do in this run that just doesn't work on emulator. I don't know why it doesn't work on emulator, but it just doesn't, and it saves like 30 seconds, so it's not for a while. We can call it out when we get to it.
Is that calling it out in the sense of, you know, shutouts to the devs or jeers to emulators? I mean, let's be real. there's this whole long discussion in emulation about how accurate is appropriately accurate, but making even like a roughly approximately accurate emulation of most games, especially anything more modern, is like blisteringly, unconscionably difficult. The idea of like cycle accurate emulation, even cycle accurate emulation for the SNES wasn't developed until, gosh, I don't know, the 2010s, if I'm not mistaken, or close to it.
Yeah, there's a reason like Dolphin has been in development for 20 years and is still in development.
Right, and there are still many cases where people genuinely prefer to run on hardware.
Alright, here is one of the more fun sequences. I personally really like the Twilights, except for Linearu Twilight. I like 2 of the 3 Twilights. Farron happens to be one of the 3 Twilights not named Linearu Twilight. And not named Linearu Twilight. So, this is a really fun part. Jim is going around and just collecting the tears, which is supposed to, in a casual sense, or just story sense, let us collect all the tears, return light to Farron Woods, and all of that stuff. And in the speedrun, that just means we're going to go around and collect these lights as quickly as we can, which, because of how the HD version works, you can collect them instantly upon the bug exploding, which makes for some fun little routing where Jim will just do everything as quickly as possible, which is different from the other versions of Twilight Princess, where the actual tears are not tangible at first. So that makes for a little bit of routing differences, plus the HD version just has less tears overall. So as someone who runs the SD version exclusively, I always like being able to see a little bit of a treat in how slightly different but large differences are made from those small changes in how the different Twilights work. Like, Linearu Twilight is actually a lot better on HD.
Yeah. Well, so actually, yeah, Farron Twilight isn't really that much different aside from just, like, how long it takes to collect the tears. Like, a lot of the bugs that were removed were basically just like, a group of 2 bugs is now a single bug, or a group of 3 bugs is now a group of 2 bugs. So it's not really that different. The only single on its own bug that was removed was the one outside Koro's house that's on a wall. But there's definitely more differences in Linearu and Elven Twilight with the tears that they decided to remove. These 2... What were you going to say?
I was going to say, I regret to inform you that that is actually my favorite bug in the Farron Twilight, is the one
on Koro's house. Yeah, no, that one's pretty good. I can see why.
See, my comment was going to be, for a moment there, I thought you were doing one of those like logic puzzles. If this segment had 3 bugs and now has 2, and this other segment has 1 bug and now has none, how many bugs are left in Farron Twilight?
Yeah, it's like this 5th grade word problem.
Exactly.
Vibes.
I've done this one. It was on a homework problem once. Sally has 5 strawberries.
Oh, sorry, you were looking for apples.
Oh.
Yeah. We might have to have some discussions about reading comp during our quarterly reports.
All right, I'll wait for the meeting invite.
I mean, granted, speedrunners don't do math, so I'm not surprised if reading isn't at the top of the list either.
Yeah, the timer does the math for us.
That's true.
Exactly. It counts up. What else does it need to do?
Well, so right if you were on Perilous Paths on Monday, it was counting down most of the evening, I think.
Oh. Advanced counting.
Indeed. Sorry, I cut you out,
I
Jim.
never took negative counting as a class in college, so I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah, no, so the backflip that we did at the start of getting control here was actually a text skip, where we just skipped a midna text, and it was actually very easy to perform. All I had to do was hold the inputs for a backflip, because this game has this very convenient property of being able to do easy input buffering most of the time. Where all you have to do out of a pause, for instance, is just hold the inputs that you want to perform, and the game will input those as if they were pressed on the first frame of control that you get after unpausing. So, for instance, like when I enter this area, I just hold forward and A, and I instantly get a first frame roll to the start of an area. So stuff like that makes those, what would be on the GameCube and Wii version, like frame perfect tricks of being able to do like text skips or frame perfect midna jumps. All of those are very easy to do in HD, which is very nice and makes the run, at least the start of the run where those things are more often happening, a lot more consistent because you don't have to get all of them framed perfectly.
Oh, it's Rose the monkey.
Also, yeah, we have to push the monkey. Let's see.
Push the monkey.
If I can get a blue rupee here, there's actually a very interesting way that you can save time with the blue rupee. So right now the monkey is like, you know, going forward and occasionally swinging the lantern. The monkey is kind of on like a distance path where, like, every time the monkey is walking a distance, the monkey then stops to swing the lantern after it has met that distance, right?
Okay.
And so if you collect a blue rupee or really just trigger like a cutscene item while the monkey is walking, the distance that the monkey thinks it has to keep walking before it stops again gets reset. So I'm going to let the monkey walk here, then I'm pick up the blue rupee, and now the monkey is just going to continue walking as if it just swung the lantern.
Oh. That's very cool.
Yeah, so it can't track that variable across any little cutscene.
Yeah, something about
cutscene is to get 5 rupees.
Yeah, which is convenient because now I don't have to deal with the blue rupee cutscene anymore.
Yeah. On the HD version, that is 1 rupee text box per run file. So now there will be no more blue rupee text boxes,
Right.
which is pretty notably different from how the SD version works, or at least the GameCube version. We like to abuse the fact that we get rupee text boxes after every save warp for different mechanics. Which, it's kind of nice that the HD version doesn't have to deal with that stuff, because sometimes it's pretty awful. Alright, are we gonna go do my favorite dungeon?
Yes, we are going to do your favorite dungeon, assuming that your favorite dungeon means Forest Temple.
It is not. It is Temple of Time, which is also here.
Oh, that's true. Temple of Time is close by. But unfortunately, no. The 80% speedrun, despite being somewhat long, will not be doing Temple of Time, lovers.
Do I make the joke about it being a Temple of Time loss, then?
You can, yeah.
Then it's a Temple of Time loss.
Excellent, thank you.
Is that a lost joke?
You're welcome. It is.
You do just tend to see it everywhere. We also had people in chat asking if this was the run where Link stares at rupees, but that's low percent for this game.
Yeah.
That is low percent.
Yeah, it's actually... like Lovers mentioned, because all of the rupee texts only appear once per file in Twilight Princess HD, you actually are very limited on the number of rupee slides that you can do for a low percent speedrun, because you can't just save the game to get the rupee text back, so... Anyway, we just learned the ending blow, which is mandatory for being able to beat the game. If you do not learn the ending blow, you will not be able to defeat Ganondorf at the end of the game, because it explicitly checks that you have the ending blow to do the final hit for some reason.
Notably, you can do every other part of the game. So, you just can't ending blow, other than at Ganondorf, where you really need to.
Right.
You can just play the game.
Is it one of those situations where it pops up like the text dialogue on screen indicating you should do an ending blow, and if you don't have it, you just can't?
I believe the option to do the final blow just doesn't come up, yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, I believe it's just not there, and you, as a runner, if you get there, I've never done this, but if you get there, you kind of just go,
Oh, well,
oh,
runs over.
Yeah, runs over.
Although it's not really something that you see too often for experienced runners.
No, I can't
Although I have
imagine.
seen it once or twice. Because usually if they forget it, it does happen every now and then. But usually they just finish whatever segment they're on and they go, why did I save a minute?
Right.
Like an entire minute.
That's not
Well,
a
how did
gold
I
split.
How did I beat my best by a minute and a half?
Yeah, on a segment that's rolling. Alright. We get to actually play the Forest Temple instead of summoning monkeys with code.
True, that's what happens on the GameCube and Wii versions.
As much as that does sound like fun.
It is fun.
Yes,
But
instead of summoning
no one else is
monkeys, quarterly reports are fun.
Quarterly reports are fun. So we have to get all the monkeys to go and create the meeting for this quarterly report.
Good. Yes, we have to get them all to synergize our larger objectives as a group. So they're ready to
Exactly, I'm
present
glad you understand.
Exactly. Yeah. Oh, no. I spend way too much of my life out when I'm not hosting the show in meetings.
Also, yes, to answer the question, chat, the HD version does not have back in time because there is no reason. There is no way to soft reset the game.
There's just no reason to soft reset the game. We just haven't tried it yet.
That's a very chicken and egg sort of situation. We don't do it because there's no reason to, but also because we couldn't. But if we could, there'd still be no reason to.
But yeah, so like, there's no way to do back in time just because there's no way to soft reset the game. But interestingly, the developers actually did go out of their way to patch back in time anyway. Because if you use, like, hacking to simulate a soft reset of the game, I believe the game just essentially crashes if you try to trigger back in time.
Yeah, it like loads infinitely or something.
Nice.
Yeah, it doesn't really work, even if we had the soft resets, unfortunately. Anyway, here's our second monkey.
This one's in charge of finance.
Please, all the boys in finance are actually just monkeys in fancy suits.
True.
That's what they do. They sit and they count their bananas all day.
Oh. Banana.
Yeah, so,
Something DK64randomizer.com. Anyway, back to Forest Temple.
oh, true, yeah, DK64randomizer.com.
This run, as all speedruns, is actually brought to you by DK64randomizer.com. There have to be Twilight Princess songs in the DK64 randomizer by now, yeah?
Oh, absolutely. I feel like
Imagine so, yeah.
any game that I play, I just hear someone go, "Oh yeah, this is in DK64 randomizer." I'm like, "Oh, yeah, of course it is."
Alright, so
Yeah,
here...
I've had that happen when I've been playing games casually. My partner comes in like, "Oh, I recognize this song. What's it from?" And I'm like, "Oh, I recognize it from DK64 randomizer." Of course you do.
DK64 randomizer is just everywhere.
Well, it's great, and we should all be so thankful.
Yeah, I personally
Wonderful boon.
have not played DK64 randomizer or DK64 or really any Donkey Kong game because I play Zelda, and Zelda is not Donkey Kong, so
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, have you
has made a
played
statement
Bonanza?
that is-
That's kind of that's kind of Zelda.
I have not played Bonanza, no.
But
I have
now
heard
it's
very
Mario
good
Odyssey.
things.
Which is also kind of Zelda.
Isn't Mario Odyssey older than Breath of the Wild?
No, Odyssey
No.
came out
Wii
6
U.
months.
Wii U. I
6
was gonna
months
say Wii U
after.
versus
6 months
Switch.
after. Anyway, here's a monkey.
Hey, here's another monkey. This monkey is in charge of HR.
Yeah, this is... I'm actually not making any comments because nothing that I have to say would be professional, and I do not want to be written up and have to meet with him later.
Fair
Oh,
enough.
no, that's the HR monkey.
Thankfully, Ook here had a revelation and realized that he doesn't want this job, so he's gonna leave. Now the Forest Temple has no HR. Everyone rejoice.
But without
Hooray.
HR, everyone will do things their own way. We'll be in utter chaos. Dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria. Oh, or that's what I heard.
Yeah, he also left behind his boomerang.
Oh yeah,
It has a fairy in it.
sorry. Chad has the right of it. It's not HR. It's M
Oh, that's
or
right.
Monkey
Yeah,
Resources.
It's monkey resources. Yeah. All right, so to get out of here, we're going to save warp, and then I'm actually going to tap the Wolf Link amiibo that I have on the gamepad, which will immediately load File 1 from the title screen. Because it does that for some reason.
Fascinating.
Yo!
We save 3 seconds per save warp with the amiibo.
Terrific. I saw in the category sheets it was like amiibo versus no amiibo. I'm like, all right, what does it do? And now hearing it, it's just
That's what it
ridiculous. I love it, but it's ridiculous.
That's not the only thing it
Shadows
does,
from, right?
but I don't think so. I've never actually been inside the Cave of Shadows, so I don't know how to get to it.
I don't remember either, but I'm sure that there's a game facts page that tells me how to.
Oh, probably, yeah.
I've definitely done it before, though. Anyway, you guys like the letter Z?
Well, so did whoever made this puzzle.
Exactly.
true. This puzzle was actually made by Zorro. Just needed you to know he was there.
Wow, the Zelda timeline makes so much sense now.
Right? Yeah, this was the version of the timeline where Zorro actually won and was allowed to continue swashbuckling and adventuring.
Right.
Secret stones? Imprisoning war? Zorro?
Psycho Mantis.
Dora.
Psycho Mantis.
We're also going to get to see one of the very fun glitches that we can do with the Gale Boomerang. It's kind of the flagship glitch of Twilight Princess, which is the long jump attack. So we're going to go on into the meeting of the monkeys right here. And we are going to simply throw the boomerang and then jump attack to the boomerang.
They're discussing profit margins.
Yes, based on their jumps, we can tell that the profit margins are going up. And Link does not care. He simply wants to go talk to, I guess, is Diababa the CEO?
I don't like to think about sea levels in an organization like yeah, this is probably a vertically oriented organization, but still.
So the monkeys were trapped in cages. Does the CEO cage the employee? You know what? This is becoming an interesting
I was going to say
metaphor for business.
Sounds like any employer over a certain number of employees. That's just going to happen sooner or later.
Yeah. Anyways,
Ow. Oh, wow, let's try that again.
yeah, that happened.
The bomb is not supposed to explode there.
Oh no.
And-
Diabalba is the venture capitalist.
And then on that,
the investor. I don't like that explanation either.
Darn it.
Oh.
Oh, well.
this will be an Ookful run.
Yep, Monkey Relations is coming back. So there, what we were trying to do is we were trying to bring those two bomblings that we used the Gale Boomerang on there from the first phase of the fight to the second phase of the fight. Unfortunately, we did not do that, so we were going to then use them on Diababa to skip Ook ever having to come out to deliver bomblings to us, which would have saved about 40 seconds, but unfortunately, I got messed up with the timing because one of the bomblings just exploded, like, when I didn't expect it to, so.
But we get to celebrate working with our friends instead, which is nice.
Yes.
It's a very finicky trick. It's a very fun one to actually do in my mind, but it's very finicky for sure. And ever so slightly different than if you had the Master Sword. Every sword level is different for this trick, which is itself fun to me. All right. We'll be back shortly.
Meant to target Diababa there, but I guess the bombing is just coming back to us. There we go. And then normally the boss prompts you to do a final blow there, but it is faster to do a jump slash quick spin because then you don't have to wait for Link to get up and out of the ground from the final blow animation.
We don't like animations that take longer. We need to save the frames. Otherwise, the margins are down. We've been over this 3 times now.
We can add 40 seconds to the 6 frames I lost earlier.
Right.
All right, how many frames is that? Wait, that's actually an easy calculation.
Yeah, that's just 30 times 40, which is what, 1,200?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, we've lost 1,206 frames so far.
This is still within acceptable margins. Please stand by for further updates.
All right. Now, weather. Minno, what do you have to say about the weather?
It's still dark and spooky.
She's speaking very quickly.
It's true.
Z-Howard.
Totally outside. Z-Howard?
That's what I heard, at least. But yeah, so that's 1 dungeon down. This is not an all dungeons run, but we had to beat the Forest Temple anyway. Because while it is technically possible to escape Farron Woods without beating the Forest Temple, we would then soon not be able to progress further into the game because we wouldn't be able to warp the bridge over to the Kakariko Gorge, which we're gonna see shortly here. So that's why we have to beat the Forest Temple in this run.
Casually, this is one of my more favorite parts of the game because it's, you know, it's still a tutorial sequence. It's trying to teach you about the fact that you can warp things from one location to another from later points in the game. And they thought, what better way to do this than to just put a bridge on a wall somewhere and have you go back for it later? That's a thing that players would put together, right?
Exactly.
To their credit, you only have 2 warp locations at that point, so you really just have...
Yeah, you don't have very many options.
You go somewhere else.
So right here, we're going around in a not quite straight path because we are going to be skipping a mailman trigger so that we do not have to talk to the mailman. We can instead continue on our way.
Well, the forecast did not call for any mailmen.
It did not. Despite what the song says, it is not raining men.
Or not mailmen, anyways. So we'll save our hallelujahs for later. So here's something of an esoteric question from a chatter asking to look about 2 hours and 45 minutes forward. How many hearts will you end this run with?
I should end with 5. Technically, you don't need to collect any. But we pick up some just for safety, specifically for the Palace of Twilight, where it's possible to just take a lot of damage if you get unlucky or if you're not careful. So, and we obviously don't want a game over, so we will take the few seconds of time loss for 2 heart containers to prevent getting a game over. Also, I'm very surprised I did not hit that Shadow Beast with that attack.
Wilhelm was not behaving.
He really wasn't. But yeah, so if we hadn't beaten Forest Temple, we'd get here and we wouldn't be able to do anything. Because for some reason, the trigger for warping the bridge away from North Farron Woods, which we're actually going to delay for a little bit at the moment.
Jim, you just warped to South Farron.
Yes, I did warp to South Farron.
Why did you do that? I just told you to go to North Farron.
Yeah, well... I don't have a joke here. I was just following the speedrun route.
Oh, fair enough. I did kind of put you on the spot there.
I was trying to think, like, how can I make a company joke here? But I couldn't think of anything.
You might say that Jim was thinking outside the box. for a minute there.
True. Yeah, I was thinking outside the box by doing exactly what the box says.
Sorry.
This is a good joke to perpetuate, which is just you don't have a joke. Remember, you can say professional buzzwords.
That is true.
That does work. Thank you, Tree.
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to make sure that all of our processes, repeatable, enjoyable humor are properly operationalized to just really take this and make this as low friction as possible.
Mm-hmm. I'm glad that we can get synchronized on this.
Yeah, thank you. Me too. Like, honestly, if at any point you feel like we're not in sync on this, you can just circle back with me and like shoot an email over. We'll get it taken care of.
Mm-hmm. Anyways, gates or suggestions?
Yeah. So
I've heard this as per earlier in the run.
Yeah, that's the same kind of clip that we did at the beginning of the game, except it's much easier if you're Wolflink, because you can side hop at higher speeds as Wolflink, and also side hop immediately after you bonk the gate to make it start swinging. Because essentially how that clip works is if certain kinds of objects are moving fast enough, Link can kind of just clip through them. If he has like enough displacement in a single frame to go past wherever the collision of the object is. And so gates tend to be those kinds of objects. That's also how we clipped into the spinning bridges in Forest Temple, because the ends of those bridges move fast enough that you can just clip through them like that. So that's why that gate's a suggestion. Also, now I have to fight a flying trumpet bird, as some people like to call them. Ideally, I don't bonk on that and go up this way. This flight path's kind of unoptimal, but the basic strategy here is we get him at the bottom of the hill. He's going to try and fly away after we hit him this first time, but we can just backflip for more height and get him immediately again, so that we don't have to wait for another one of those long flying cycles.
Mm-hmm. The camera clips a little bit, and then we can take down Paul here. Goodbye, Paul. And now we can ride on Kirk.
I forgot the names of these enemies.
I know way too many names of these enemies. Anyways, will we be getting out of bounds today, Mr. Naster?
Yeah, I think we can get some out of bounds. I think there's a nice corner in the ceiling right here where we can just fly on through.
Nicely done.
And now we are blasted by the infinite white of the void.
Yeah. This area is very bright, and it's only accentuated by the bloom.
I would say we have a warning for flashing lights. Do we have a warning for unreasonably contrasty areas? If this doesn't look like a stark difference between light and dark, you might need to adjust your picture.
I hear if you combine light and dark, you make Twilight or something.
That's clever. You need to bring that one to the next company meeting. That'll really bust up the guys in finance.
I think that might make Zant have a conniption if I just steal his statement.
Fair.
And you don't want to see Zant on a bad day.
So wait, you're saying the whole of this game is Zant on good days? I don't think I like that.
I'm seeing the warning. This game contains bright.
Thank you, production. Mr. Richard always on top of it.
This game does indeed contain bright. I don't think... See, I think the only other area I can think of where, like, the out of bounds is just, like, insanely white is Temple of Time.
Yeah.
Which, again, we will not be going to, but apparently we're going to still discuss anyway.
Yeah, we can. This is the second time it's come up.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's like that because there are some rooms in Temple of Time that have windows, and it's supposed to look like there's light coming in from the windows. So, that kind of makes sense.
That does make sense, because I believe while the out-of-bounds skybox is white, I'm pretty confident in saying the void plane on the ground is black.
Yeah, that would make sense. All right, so
Any-
this is the entire reason that we did that gate clip, was to come here and get the Zora's Domain warp portal. Because by getting the Zora's Domain warp portal, we will skip having to do what would have been an even longer running sequence through Lanayru Fields later on in the run. So doing that saves about 30 seconds over not doing that for the price of one gate clip.
That is a pretty good deal.
Yeah, that's just good economics. Now, how can we recreate those savings at scale? If we can do that
Exactly.
5 times, 10 times, 20 times, this run will be like an hour and a half long instead of 3:45.
True. If we multiply our savings by the number of gates that are available in the game,
I'm saying.
what is our total profit going to be?
Probably, well, let's see, you saved probably close to, what, a minute of running off of that compared to what you did instead?
I mean, that one was like 30 seconds.
30 seconds? Alright, so 30 seconds at 30 frames per second. Well, that is a 900 frame gain, so we're at a net
Oh,
306 frames lost currently.
There you go.
We're making some pretty good headway. You know, the losses may have looked pretty grim at first, but now we're seeing the returns that we're getting. And actually, I think that we'll be escalating this.
I feel very optimistic about our next couple of splits. There's some really good strategies coming up. Is that actually true, Jim? Are there some cool strategies coming up?
there is one pretty neat strategy coming up that we get to do in Elden Twilight, yeah.
I'll take it.
It is, the trick that we're going to do is one of those tricks that is one where it's entirely dependent on how skillful the player can hold up on a non-notched controller.
Okay, got it. Got it.
Yeah, so this is Elden Twilight. Like Farron Twilight and like Lanayru Twilight, HD has less bugs, only 12 instead of the original game's 16. And of the ones that they removed, Elden Twilight is probably the region that's affected the most. Because the bugs that were removed allow us to skip having to go into like 3 separate areas. So we don't have to go into the graveyard, we don't have to go into the Malomart, we don't have to go into the Watchtower, and we also don't have to go very far into the inn, which is essentially those were the 4 bugs that were removed. Because I think Elden Twilight in HD is like a minute faster than Elden Twilight on GameCube, or somewhere around there.
5.5. Yep. That would make sense. That's a substantial amount of areas to not have to go to. Plus, I know how much different the inn is. It's like the majority of the inn. You know, there's the one that's right next to the entrance versus the one that you go down a floor, across the hall, back up a floor, and then knock a cabinet down.
Yep.
Instead, here's the inn, and we'll see how easy this one is.
Yeah, so
First.
So first we do this.
We smoke it out. Literally.
And then we just go back up to it. And we're done.
Alright. Much easier than moving a cabinet. Anyone who's moved a cabinet while moving can tell you that.
It's any large furniture, you try not to do that alone if you can help it.
Exactly. Now imagine doing that alone, but you're also a wolf.
Well, good thing I was tutorialized on how to be a wolf earlier, as we discussed.
Yeah, so like you might think like, oh, like because you can collect the tiers faster in HD, that's just like, you know, an easy instant time save for HD compared to the original, right? But the original is actually able to take advantage of the fact that there are a lot of rupees lying around to get a much increased rupee count whenever they're waiting for tiers of light to form up and be collectible. So it is actually like kind of interesting, the difference between like being able to collect rupees or not in the Twilights because of that. Anyway, here's the trick where I have to hold forward.
Jim, find the 0. Find the 0.
I slipped. Hold on.
Bind the 0.
Hopefully the Kargarok does not try to come down. What? Hello. Okay. Lost my position a bit there. Yeah, the Kargarok is coming down, but I should be able to make it before he comes over here. Alright, we're gonna make sure we get rid of him. There we go. Before we get our bug here, and then the house is just gonna disappear. And we get our tears. Hooray.
Yeah, and that's actually a highlight of the other quality of life feature during the Twilights. If you're sufficiently close to the tears, they are attracted to Link, which is not present in the GameCube version. If you're on the outside of that then broken and exploded house that magically disappeared mostly, you just kind of have to go into invisible collision and work your way around. It's
lovely.
Interesting.
Also, Twilight Princess HD Wolf Link is confirmed as a sad boy because tears are magnetized to him. Got it.
True.
I mean, I would probably also feel pretty sad if I was randomly transformed into a wolf with no explanation, along with being scared and afraid, but also probably a little bit sad.
Okay, but how easily do you think you would acclimate to moving on all fours?
Oh god, I have no idea. I mean, presumably my body would be meant to run on all fours, so I don't know if it would be that bad.
The muscles would be good for it. You just have to get the brain in line with how things were supposed to work.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm just curious how much that would be as a difficulty, like, mentally to do. Because it seems like Link here has really taken to it instantly.
Yeah. Alright, this cycle looks good. We do all this fast enough, we can cross that vent before it starts spewing steam again. And now we just have one more tier that we have to collect here before we get ready for our first break of this run. And hooray! So, yeah, I think we're good to go for our first break now.
Very good. Well, before we do that, I'd love to tell people that GDQ's next Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month celebration will be live May 23rd and 24th. So if you are Asian or Pacific Islander and a speedrunner, you can use !AAPI in Twitch chat and submit your runs by the end of the day tomorrow. Wanted to make sure I got that in nice and early in case that's something that interests you so you can get your runs in and potentially appear here on GDQ. In any case, don't go anywhere. There's so much more Twilight Princess HD on Out of the Box coming back. Welcome back to Out of the Box on the Games Done Quick Hotfix. My name is the T-Tree, and this is our special double feature. We are deep into a run of Twilight Princess HD with Gymnast86. So let's get back to it. We need to keep those reports in good shape.
Yes, we do, T-Tree. So we will be continuing the run in 3, 2, 1, go. So for those just joining us, we just finished up the Elden Twilight section. So now the next thing we have to go do is finally get our horse back, because when the events of the Twilight happened, our horse just disappeared and has not been seen since. So, for some reason, though, the sequence here is we have to go get insulted by a Goron and then go back to Kakariko Village to find our horse. I don't know exactly how that works, but that's what we gotta do.
So this isn't going to work very well because this is very much the kind of joke that should be presented visually, but if a wolf rode a horse, would it ride it like long ways or laying across the side, like over the saddle?
Oh, Tree, if this were a GameCube 100% run, you would learn how a wolf rides a horse.
I will have
It's
to see
very
this.
interesting.
I will have to check this out.
The answer is grotesquely.
I thought you were just going to say the answer may surprise you.
Well, I think
answer will
grotesquely is itself surprising. All right, are we rolling back to Farron?
We are not rolling back to Farron. So normally once we tame Epona here, the sequence of the game is we go get the Iron Boots, and then we come back, we fight King Bulblin, we go up and we do Goron Mines, right? we will eventually get the iron boots, but we're actually going to skip doing all of that. Because what if we just went to Lanayru Twilight instead? Now, the developers thought of this, right? And they're like, okay, well, we'll block Lanayru Twilight with rocks that you have to blow up with bombs. And we'll make it so that you need bombs, but you can't get bombs until after you beat Goron Mines, right? But since we're speedrunners, we're going to be like, we don't need bombs, and we're just going to go to Lanayru Twilight anyway.
Oh yeah, but who needs bombs?
Not this run. Or this game's all dungeons run, surprisingly.
Yeah, considering, like, both GameCube and Wii hinge on bomb count very heavily, it's pretty surprising that the HD runs just don't do them.
Alright, so here we got another mailman skip. This one is... I don't exactly remember how this one works, but for some reason doing that long jump attack deactivates the mailman trigger.
You scared him.
How's the mailman supposed to do his job now? You fully deactivated him. It's just cruel.
But it's okay. We do receive some mail from him later, so we will get to talk to him.
Wait, this run gets mail?
Yeah.
You've got mail. Or, well, you will. I'm getting ahead of myself.
Did that surprisingly well.
Which is weird because I actually didn't, despite being the right age, I did not have an AOL account. We had like one of the free mail or free internet providers instead. Which, yes, that was a thing back in the day. That actually let you use the internet for free. They just put ads in different places. Which AOL was also doing anyway.
Descend.
Okay, bye.
Alright, so here's the void.
So it is. This looks like a spine. This looks like a spine between like different parts of a level in Super Mario 64.
Yeah, so for some reason that ledge right there, you can just walk off as Epona. And if you call Midna at the right time, you can get a cutscene dive while on Epona, which skips triggering the void out animation that would normally happen. And then once Epona hits the void, because Epona is special, she doesn't adhere to like normal physics or whatever this game has as physics. So if there's no ground beneath Epona, she just hovers. And because of that, we can just ride her all the way to the trigger for the Lanayru Twilight, which does not have a specific height that you have to trigger it at. It is purely a horizontal position check.
Perfect.
And by doing that, we have entirely skipped Goron Mines. We don't need to do Goron Mines or anything with the bow, which is also why we will not be going to Temple of Time, or rather, if we needed to go to Temple of Time, we would get the bow. You need the bow in that dungeon. We don't, so we don't need to go to Goron Mines at all. We can just go to Lanayru Twilight and continue on with the run. So if you thought Goron Mines was a dungeon, you are wrong.
Chat summarizes the trick that Jim just got up to very eloquently by saying, "Oh, it's Skyrim horse rules."
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah. I've never played Skyrim, but I am at least vaguely familiar with what Skyrim horse rules are.
And slanted surfaces in Skyrim in general.
Yeah. Alright, so here, we're now in Lanayru Twilight. Lanayru Twilight is the longest of the Twilights, mostly because it does kind of force you to do a very long running section in the middle of it. Still got the same amount of tiers as the other Twilight sections, of course, but just when you have to run for 2 minutes in the middle of the segment, there's not much you can do to speed that up.
Mm-hmm.
Fair. I can imagine on a run of a different length that would almost kind of be a relief. Like if this were like bang on halfway into the run, it'd be like, great, I'm at the halfway point. I get like a minute to hold the controller with one hand and take a drink with the other, but...
Yeah. But yeah, it is just in the middle of what is also mostly just running, interrupted by attacking bugs. So.
Gotcha.
Yes, linear Twilight is only marginally more interesting on HD simply because it's shorter than it is on the GameCube version, but that doesn't mean it's more interesting.
Right.
And in GameCube runs, or at least what I personally do, along with a couple of other people, we say, go do anything else, come back in 10 minutes.
Nice.
Now, if you do that, get up and stretch, do all of those things if you missed it during the break.
True. Now
We'll be here when you get back.
Yes, the next few minutes are about as good a time as any.
Oh, and if you're still here, you can listen to us banter about
The fact that this one bug is in a different position compared to the original game.
Uh-oh.
I forgot about that part. I forgot about that. I was so ready for the rock skipping thing.
Yeah, for some reason they changed where that bug was. They didn't change where any other bug was, they just removed other bugs. But that one, they changed to be over there for some reason. I'm not really sure why. Like, I don't see what sort of, like, gameplay difference it meaningfully is making. So, hello.
I don't remember the casual part of this, but why is that Zora just collapsed?
Because the Zoras were all frozen in the ice.
But the other ones are just swimming, that one's the only one fatigued?
I think they're all supposed to be fatigued. Admittedly, I was not paying attention, so I don't know exactly what you were talking about.
Fair enough. Anyway, nice singular lily pad bug.
Thank you, yes. On GameCube and Wii, there are 2 lily pad bugs, which means double the time loss.
Now, to reaffirm something that Gymnast said earlier on, there is less time loss than you would think based on how the GameCube or Wii runs have to wait for the tier timer. Jim said earlier that we use that time to collect rupees for the rest of the run. We need to get 300 rupees to repair the Sky Cannon after all. Now, Jim has 20 rupees right now, where your average GameCube run would have anywhere from like 55 to 70. That is just the sheer amount of difference in that small little bit of the timer where you pick up the tier instantly versus having to wait, what is it, like 2 seconds?
Yeah, like 3 seconds or something. And there is, like, the GameCube, at least the GameCube version, does have, like, a couple other things that it does, like Gorge Skip, which gets a yellow rupee. And, like, maybe some green rupees when getting the Master Sword, but yeah, most of the rupee difference is just collecting rupees while tiers are forming up.
And here is our aforementioned running through Hyrule. We will see this again.
The running will continue until performance metrics improve.
Yeah, so you're like, so how's that quarterly report?
Oh, God. Now I'm just thinking of, you've seen the standing desk? Well, treadmill desk.
Yeah. I mean, I can't say I haven't thought about it.
Jog until performance improves.
Right. But no, while we have a moment, I would love to thank everyone for supporting Games Done Quick and what we do here on the channel with things like subscriptions, gift subs, and bits. Those contributions do help keep shows like this one running. If you're enjoying the stream, you can also consider subscribing for exclusive emotes, ad reviewing, and access to chat during the replays. And of course, always you can support the stream by sharing the channel with your friends and your communities.
What a wonderful message about communities while we took care of those 3 shadow beasts who will never get to witness the GDQ channel.
Unfortunate. Anyway, here's the dash canceling in Castletown that Glover's mentioned earlier, where because Wolflink's base speed is so low in Castletown, it is just faster, not by a whole lot, but by like a couple seconds to just continuously dash cancel through, so that we can get this one bug. That's the entire reason we had to run for 2 minutes.
Yeah, they put this one bug all the way in Castletown and made you run all the way across the field because they know that you needed to get the Castletown warp portal at some point, and this was the best way to shoehorn it in. That isn't a joke. That is basically the best assumption of why that's there.
Yeah.
Anyways, we're going back on our friend Kirk.
Yep.
Hello, Kirk.
This time, Kirk is going to help us get more tears. Because I guess Kirk is also sad. I'm sorry, Kirk.
Well, Kirk was friends with Paul.
Oh, yeah.
Now Kirk can't share the GDQ channel with Paul.
This is true.
I mean, maybe the two of them could watch together or invite some friends over.
Exactly. Get some, I was going to say potato chips, but my mind also just pictured ketchup. So,
I mean, just ketchup, nothing else.
Yeah, ketchup-flavored potato chips are a thing in at least, like, Canada, right?
they are
That sounds correct, yes.
Okay. They are a thing, but unfortunately, Jim is correct in what my brain went to. You're just sharing the community ketchup bottle.
I mean, have you ever been to most fast food restaurants? That's community ketchup.
Yeah, but you don't drink them.
Oh, you don't. Okay, fair.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry. You're the weird one.
Presumers.
Now, granted, I'm usually at like Five Guys if I'm getting burgers, so I'm just drinking the malt vinegar.
I don't know why I thought you were going to say you were drinking the peanut oil.
God, can you imagine? you get that's one of those things you get away with once, and then you're like laid up in bed for the next week. Best case scenario.
I'm just surprised you got away with it once.
Yeah, well, some people are built tougher, I suppose.
Speaking of being built tougher, this is a boss bug. This is our boss. I don't know how to turn this into a joke about performance ratings, but he's not very happy with our performance as of late.
No, if my boss were wiggling that aggressively coming into my my one-on-one, I'd be quite worried.
Now I want to have my next meeting start by me just going, whoop, 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 whoop.
Yeah, just go in with the aggressive wiggling.
Yeah, no, it's a one-on-one performed entirely in an interpretive dance.
It establishes a dominance in the relationship between you and your boss, so they know who's really in charge.
And it's not you after you're wiggling around like a fool.
And also, you should probably clean your desk.
Yeah.
And we have now finished Laniru Twilight, which means we don't have to go back into a Twilight area for quite some time, because the only Twilight area left is the Palace of Twilight. But we do have lots of fun stuff in between now and then. So we're going to start things off by going to get the Zora armor, which is going to involve more rolling across Hyrule Field, and also paying 10 rupees so that we can get shot out of a cannon.
Would you pay 10 rupees to get shot out of a cannon?
I mean, I guess I paid $120 to go skydiving once.
I was going to say, there's a number of things you could do where you pay to be put into a dangerous situation are not at all inconsiderable in this life.
Tree, have you ever been skydiving?
I have not. The closest I've been is ziplining, which is much more controlled. Still fun.
Ziplining is very fun.
It's fun.
I actually have a hot take about skydiving.
Go on.
I think skydiving is boring.
And I second this opinion, which is very interesting, because it's so weird that we both run Twilight Princess and had a very boring time skydiving.
It's just like
To the point.
you're falling through the air. It's hard to breathe. At least I personally found it hard to be able to look around and actually see my surroundings.
Oh, I can imagine the speed at which the wind is buffeting you. I thought the idea
Yeah, you can't hear
falling...
anything.
Sure. I thought the idea, if you were falling, and maybe this is just like based on where you are or how high up you fall from. I thought there were supposed to be periods of it where the air is actually filtering through your lungs quickly enough that you kind of sort of don't need to breathe. Am I just misremembering on that? Is that like a urban legend sort of thing?
I personally have no idea.
Fair.
That sounds like an urban legend.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Anyways, we did just get some mail.
Hey, we got there.
If you guys like mail, it's the mail that never fails, makes me want to wag my tail.
No, well, no, we're Human Link right now. We can't wag our tail.
Well,
But it's supposed to be Creature Corner.
That's true. It's a little bit of both.
Even though it's actually out of the box.
Look,
out of the corner.
the Creature Corner has had Majora's Mask and the original, or maybe the Wii version. I forget which version of Twilight Princess on the program previously. So, if your protagonist is creature enough, it counts.
I do remember that. That was the Wii version, which is a very underrated version by most runners just because of how difficult it is, but it's still, in its own right, a very, very cool run. Now, that said, Twilight Princess HD is more letters than Twilight Princess for the Wii, because high definition is 2 words.
This is also true.
So clearly this is superior.
And there's more pixels, and each pixel has 5 letters in it. So once you add lots more pixels, there's so many more letters.
I love multiplication.
Especially when it comes to gaining and losing time, right?
Exactly, yeah. I also just flipped out of bounds right there to skip having to do the King Boblin 2 fight entirely, which is very convenient, because otherwise the King Boblin 2 fight would require that we get either the bow or a bomb bag, either of which would take, like, way too long to go get. And then we'd actually have to fight King Boblin, so it's very convenient that we can just clip out of bounds there to skip having to do that.
But we do miss the most goofy boss fight, which is when he decides, you know what a good solution to not being able to fight with a single shield is?
Fighting with
2 shields.
2 shields. I mean, that's just simple number go up, right? Like, that can't be bad.
True, that does sound like a solution that management would propose. We simply increase the number of shields.
You go tell your boss, look, you're making me fight with just the shield out there. I can't do anything with this. Like, all right, I'll get you taken care of. You go see the boys down in the armory, and all they have for you is another shield.
Meanwhile, Jeff, that Cargarok up there, has a bomb in its talons. You're like, oh, come on!
Yep, that is the Cargarok that frustrates many casual players who can't figure out what they're supposed to do in this segment.
So what you're supposed to do in this segment is abandon the cart halfway through and run to the end. And then, you know how Midna's going to try to stop you here? First of all, you slide at Mach 5 off of it, bonk into a gate, then stand in a very random spot, throw the boomerang, and jump at a high velocity. That is the casual solution. I'm sorry to anyone who thought it was escort the cart. And now there's a ghost fish. Your reward is a ghost fish. She died.
Yeah.
She died as she lived, as a ghost.
Alright, that one got me.
Thank you.
So it's actually faster to crawl into this tunnel and then crawl backwards, because then Rutella, the ghost here, will be like, excuse me, you're supposed to come this way, and she'll teleport you forward faster than you would be able to crawl forward. So that's a funny way to save 1 second.
I love goofy little time saves. That's what Twilight Princess is all about, is the, like, silly little save half a second, but you save half a second 200 times, so you've saved nearly 2 minutes.
Yep.
Especially taking advantage of Nintendo's habit of tutorializing wrong actions by gently nudging you back on the path. In this case, they just happen to do so faster than you could do it yourself.
Yep. Alright, so we picked up the Zor armor. That's all well and good. But before we go to Lakebed Temple, which is where we have to go next, we have to go get our iron boots. So now we will go back to Orden Village and partake in some sumo wrestling.
I've never personally been sumo wrestling, but it might be more interesting than skydiving.
Maybe. I have also never done sumo wrestling, though considering that I was generally tall and thin growing up, I don't think I would have done very well.
Yeah, probably
I had
not.
to guess.
Yeah, you'd basically have just been on the wrong side of, like, I think your sumo experience would have involved being pushed out of the ring repeatedly and very quickly.
Yeah.
Which doesn't sound that fun either. For people who don't like skydiving, I have to imagine you could see the part where that doesn't... Like, yes, you're hitting the ground faster than you would while skydiving. But, yeah.
I like the assertion there that the rate at which you hit the ground is part of the enjoyment.
I'm just doing differentiate. This is compare and contrast. This isn't passing judgment one way or the other.
Kona did not like that tree.
I'm sorry, I was just getting to the conclusion off of the information provided to me in a way that only a manager could.
Understandable. I mean, hey, we still have another, 2 hours for this presentation, so I've got many more slides to present.
Man, if every frame were a slide, this is a very long PowerPoint presentation.
Oh no, now I'm thinking about a Guinness World Record for the longest PowerPoint, which I'm almost certain is the thing.
Well, of course it is. All
World's
power
longest
Google exists.
PowerPoint. Yeah. Alright,
The
so
largest PowerPoint.
1,865 slides.
is that just what the Google response says, or is that like a limit on how many slides you can have?
Different records exist for most slides in a deck, between 1,800 and 2,600. Yeah, I'll do a little more research on this and get back to you. Maybe I'll have something by the time we take our next break.
It does look like there's somebody who was working on a 2,000 plus slide presentation as of September of 24.
I wonder how much RAM that takes, because, PowerPoint's not exactly an intensive product in and of itself, but I also can't imagine it's optimized for that many slides.
Probably not, yeah. I mean, I imagine there has to be some sort of memory system for only, like, keeping the slides which are closest at, being readily accessible. Alright, so here is the man we sumo wrestle against. Thankfully, weight does not actually matter in this instance, only how fast I can mash buttons matters. And also there's some RNG. So essentially, we're just going to try to slap Bo and then push him out of the arena. But if he does the wrong move, he instead will grab us and begin pushing. So let's see what the RNG says today.
Jim, how quickly can you hit the A button? All right, that was pretty quickly.
Pretty fast.
Yeah. Pretty sure that's like 13 to 15 times a second, roughly.
Speaking of not having the build for this sort of thing, that doesn't seem to matter if you can press A quickly enough.
Yeah. So,
I wouldn't recommend
if you're
trying
interested
that
in
skill.
sumo wrestling,
I was going to say, I wouldn't recommend trying to translate that skill to real life. Bring a controller with you into the ring.
We got perfect RNG in the showcase run. Let's go.
Very nice.
love it. All right. And our reward is...
Wait.
Yep.
Yes.
Steel-toed
Weight
boots.
attached to a pair of boots. Correct.
They count as steel-toed boots if the entirety of the boot is steel.
I mean, technically, yeah.
Ostensibly, yeah.
The toes are also part of the entire boot. So.
True.
But yeah, so...
I'm cooperating with OSHA.
See, I think the chance of a perfect bow happening is, I think, 12.5%. It's just 1/8. because of just how the RNG rolls are slightly different between the two phases. The chance of perfect RNG in the first phase is 1/2, and then in the second phase it's 1/4.
And remember, 12.5% is effectively 0. If that doesn't happen, that is near impossible to get.
Unless you're playing XCOM rules, in which case 12.5% happens roughly 50% of the time against you, and 90% happens 0% of the time if it's in your favor.
Exactly. Shoutouts to XCOM. Alright, Jim. Now are we going to Lanayru Dungeon Lakebed? I don't know why I said Lanayru.
the Lanayru dungeon. Lubbers has forgotten that there are multiple dungeons in Lanayru. But yes, we are going to Lakebed next.
Does City count as being in Lanayru? You shoot out of a cannon at it.
Well, the dungeon entrance is in Lanayru. I would say so.
The dungeon entrance is a cannon to the sky.
I consider City in the Sky to vertically be above Lanayru. It's the same way that Lakebed is vertically below Lanayru.
Lakebed is literally vertically below Lanayru. City, you're launched at an angle.
That is true. But I can use my imagination.
Alright, do we have any physicists?
I'm pretty sure the speed link actually gets launched out at does not get him anywhere close to where the City in the Sky actually would be.
No, I have to
that adds up,
imagine.
'cause he's
I have
also
to imagine
launched
you
at,
wouldn't survive being fired at that kind of velocity.
You land in water. I said that like that matters.
Yeah, I was like, well. Yeah, Lakebed is actually a very interesting dungeon. We do a lot of cool glitches there. And we're going to start, before even getting to Lakebed, we're going to just slash our sword and fall through this wall. Because for some reason, there's just... the collision of that corner does not come together. So if you slash through it, you can fall. And this is actually nice, because it saves us having to pay 20 rupees to fall down to Lake Hylia. And now, normally...
Skip.
You need water bombs to enter Lakebed Temple entrance, but we never got a bomb bag, so we don't have water bombs. But thankfully, there's a pillar that's leaning against a wall that we can just swim up into to clip through the wall and get out of bounds. And because we're in water, we don't have to worry about like falling out of bounds or anything. We can just swim in the out-of-bounds water to the dungeon entrance. So hooray.
Here's a very white-looking area. That's a virtue of the time of day.
Yeah.
Love that. Ooh, now the tunnel that you never ever see.
Yeah, the tunnel that you don't see if you already have the Master Sword. But we don't have the Master Sword, so we have to do tunnel time.
Tunnel time feels like when you have to give your dog kennel time so that they acclimate to the kennel. This is Link's tunnel time.
Yes. Alright, so in this next room, you're normally expected to also have explosives so that you can shoot down these stalactites. But we're not going to do that. We're instead going to utilize the power of our long jump attack capabilities to first skip a Midna text trigger, where Midna talks about the stalactites, and also skip having to knock down any of the stalactites at all. So yeah, just more of the stuff we have to do to skip explosives.
Because Midna is fascinated with geology and Link doesn't want to hear it.
Exactly. Now this room we get to do a very cool double LJA in, where we're going to chain 2 long jump attacks together. First by going onto the railing of the staircase, and then down here so that we do not have to turn the staircase at all. As we make our way over to where the claw shot is. And of course in this next room we're going to continue with our fun jumping shenanigans and do a second double LJA across these hanging platforms here. Our target points up there.
This is the outdoor. Where are you going?
I'm going deeper.
We have to go deep.
All right. That was not the response I was expecting.
Were you expecting out?
I was expecting a better way to segue into Jim doesn't have water bombs, and after he LJAs over this ledge, he's gonna have to get through this rock. How do you get through things when you want to clip through them? You look at them.
Exactly.
Boop. You look at the rock, goodbye rock.
Now, see, as opposed to the interpretive dance earlier, just staring aggressively at something does tend to convey a sense of dominance over it. So this one I understand.
Yeah,
yes.
so that's something called a look-through clip, which I'm not super keen on the details. Jim can correct me if I'm wrong on part of this, but basically you need to be looking at a two-sided collision where Link is clipping through to something that has geometry on the other side, but behind Link is, or rather to one side of Link, is a fall, like a void plane or just air, nowhere to stand, right?
Yeah, essentially just a ledge.
Yeah, a ledge. You're looking through two-sided collision to a ledge.
One of, like, an interesting difference between this game and the originals is that this game really doesn't want you to fall off of ledges in first person. And so, in this case, the order of operations goes, well, falling off a ledge is worse than clipping through the wall. So it lets you clip through the wall instead. Also, yeah, I messed up the hits on the first cycle there, so we get 3 cycles here instead of 2.
Yay! And yeah, so that's called a look-through clip, which we'll actually see another instance of here in a little bit. There's been a fair number of clipping mechanisms found in Twilight Princess within the past year, just generally. So,
Yeah.
Walls don't exist as much as they used to.
Went into first person too early.
Goodbye, Toad.
Goodbye, Toad.
And other things I play while playing Mario.
Right. Part of me wanted to do a Toad scream, but I just didn't have one prepared.
To be fair, you would have had to have remembered that there was a Toad mini-boss in Twilight Princess to even fathom the idea.
Oh, sure. No, I mean more in the sense of doing the vocal warm-ups to be ready for that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. Remember to take care of your voice. And
True.
part of that is by hydrating.
That's true. Alright, so the Lakebed Temple is actually the one temple where it is possible to do a boss key skip. So that's what we're going to be setting up next here. In general, you cannot do boss key skips in any other dungeon because actually loading the boss room is tied to the event of opening the boss door. The loading zone to the boss room does not exist otherwise. Except in this case, because the way that you get to the boss is not like the other dungeons. In here, the boss key opens you up into a small room, which then has a loading zone that you fall into. So we're going to do another look-through clip here, where we're going to make the ledge that's necessary for the look-through clip by opening up this chest, which gives us a stamp. So it is optimal for this speedrun to get 1 stamp, and then we just look through clip into the loading zone.
It's the letter K.
It is the letter K.
The clip was pretty K. Other jokes about the phrase okay. Anyway, here's Morpheal. It's like Morpha, but if Morpha were an eel.
Yep. In case you didn't know, this game is actually Ocarina of Time.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. I'm imagining the Calvin's dad meme. There are lots of games in the Zelda series, but they really all fall into 2 camps. They're either Link to the Past or Ocarina of Time.
Ocarina of Time.
Despite the fact that Link Between Worlds uses Link to the Past map, it's actually Ocarina of Time.
Breath of the Wild is famously a Link to the Past, as we all know.
Granted.
I would say it's probably more a Link to the Past than Ocarina of Time.
I mean, that's probably true, yeah.
Chat, engagement question. Is Breath of the Wild a Link to the Past or Ocarina of Time? Next question.
Pulse.
What about Zelda 2?
The games that came before either of those games.
Yeah.
See, I was
Because A
going to
Link to
say
the Past
false.
is Zelda
Breath of the Wild is actually a salad.
A nice summer salad. It's not summer yet. We could have a spring salad.
Or we could have sushi now that the eel is dead.
A sushi salad.
Granted, the eel is just going to disintegrate into a power of darkness, so maybe we don't want to eat that sushi, but...
Okay, this comment isn't written like it, but I'm pretty sure it's meant to be read as follows. I wouldn't say it's a link to the past, but it is certainly a link to the past.
Ah.
Breath of the Wild is more Link to the Past than Link to the Past. Breath of the Wild is neither. Neither of those games are Breath of the Wild. They're actually both Skyward Sword.
Oh.
I hadn't thought about it like that.
Yeah. Tears of the Kingdom is obviously Skyward Sword because they both have the sky.
Right.
No, Tears of the Kingdom is sushi.
Oh. I mean, that also sounds good to me. I'll take sushi.
And of course, Hyrule Warriors is actually Link's crossbow training.
Link's crossbow training is Ocarina of Time, contrary to popular belief.
Interesting. We're really going to have a lot of work to double check after this episode. I hope somebody's writing these down.
And now to agitate somebody in chat, presumably, Okami is neither. It's not a Zelda game.
Aww. But upcoming Untitled Okami sequel might be. We can't say for sure yet.
I like referring to it as Okami sequel.
I mean, it's not Okami 2. It doesn't have an official name. And like literally when they announced it, it was called like Okami sequel. That's all they were announcing at the time.
Yeah. But can it just be that? Like, can that just be its name?
Yeah.
It reminds me of when we knew that a sequel to Breath of the Wild was being developed and everyone called it Breath of the Wild 2.
Yeah, like they would ever have done that.
Yeah.
Oh,
wait, so does that mean Breath of the Wild is actually New Super Mario Brothers?
Yes.
They actually did it too on that one. Perfect.
That was only made better. That whole Breath of the Wild 2 thing was only surpassed in my mind by when it was Tears of the Kingdom, but only in text at all. And everyone was like, Tears?
Yeah,
Tears?
Right, Tears of the Kingdom.
They both work.
Super Alpha Breath of the Wild EX Deluxe Cross Edition.
Featuring Dante from the Devil May Cry series.
Yes, chat corrects me. It wasn't Okami sequel. It was literally just called Untitled Okami Game, which has a very Nintendo feel to it. I'm really looking forward to Untitled Okami Game system or software for my Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Software. Calling it software is diabolical.
You have to. They insist on it.
All right, reasons that I both need to go into game dev and never can go into game dev.
Not for
because
a Nintendo
my game would be called
anyway.
software title.
It's like the game card software, the game title. Yeah.
Video game software.
I like that we've switched from talking about departments at a company to the more implicit sections, like how their PR make announcements and talk about their products.
Oh, we're just trying to maintain relevance to not upset the overlords that are the Deku. Well, I don't know why I said Deku Toad, the boss bug, who we unfortunately have removed from his position.
Fair.
So the company is going to be in shambles if we don't establish our importance.
That's true.
Now that said, this is also just a part where we don't go quiet at all during this entire sequence. So, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to be like, I thought you were going to talk about the YouTube overlords, Glubbers.
I could have.
Yeah, speaking of, if you're watching from YouTube, hit that notification bell to stay up to date. No.
Exactly.
I mean, you should, but I'm not turning this into a pitch right now. We're doing the business stuff in jokes.
But yes. I mean, for some reason, Midna's Desperate Hour, and also for me personally, Lost Woods tends to get claimed a lot on YouTube as music tracks.
Okay,
I would say it's more so the Lost Woods for me, or the Sacred Grove, than Midna's Desperate Hour, but it does happen.
Yeah, we got people in chat absolutely enjoying the soundtrack of this portion of the game.
It's a very good soundtrack. We just also have to keep talking so that our YouTube overlords don't decide to eliminate us.
Fair. Well, it's either that or this, however many minute portion of the video is mysteriously muted, and then we just join you back in progress after we're done with this section. It'll be fine either way.
I did say eliminate. I was trying to make a corporate terminology joke again. I meant terminate. That is...
No. You don't say that either, not unless you absolutely have to. We're right-sizing.
Or we're restructuring.
Right, exactly.
Well,
You understand.
hold on. Right-sizing?
Yes.
Yeah, I've never heard right-sizing.
I've heard
I hate to tell ya.
downsizing.
No, right-sizing is restructuring to meet needs by optimizing for efficiency. It also frequently involves cutting costs.
Huh.
But, yeah.
The amount of ways to say we're firing you is truly astounding.
Yep. Corporate slang has had a long time to think about it, that's all I'm saying. Much like how speedrunners, of older games have had a long time to think about how the runs come together, and they keep coming up with new ideas. So, hey, look, we're at ropes again.
Yeah.
Yes, and these ropes are much worse.
Excellent. Perfect.
Well, they're the same. There's just more of them.
Yeah, this time we can't Midna jump because Midna is injured
Oh, no.
and she cannot jump.
I also
we can
try
jump,
not to jump when
We
injured.
can jump. We can Bulblin jump. We can enemy long jump attack. I am being technically correct, in the literal sense of technically correct.
The best kind of correct.
Good reference.
Thank you.
Here, there is a cycle that we want to hit with the bridge that is based on or a cycle that we want to hit with the wind. Although I think I just messed it up there by missing that dash cancel. So I'm not going to go for this, but ideally you can get that cycle of the bridge as it's up on the wind. Also, hello? I was holding forward.
The bridge is temperamental. Yeah, both of those things just happen. Okay, so have you ever tried to code a bridge that reacts to wind mechanics? Because they tried here, and yeah, that sort of thing just happens sometimes.
Yeah, it's
It
like,
doesn't
okay,
work very well.
It's like, okay, we did the safe thing. We're not going to go for the fast cycle. And then we fall anyway. It's like, well, I may as well have just gone for the fast cycle then and missed it. That would have been faster than waiting and missing it anyway.
Yeah, we didn't even get the funny one because you can just kind of clip through it.
Yeah.
So you could have just, all right, and we're being safe, and time to go. Oh, goodbye. Anyways, we're free from having to talk.
Now we can go get the Master Sword.
All right, we're going to have to talk again when it gets to the last words.
And Chad, you've always been free of the obligation of talking, but if you do feel like talking at your screen, you're certainly welcome to. I'm not going to stop you, but I might accidentally talk over you, in which case I apologize in advance.
I like to imagine that somebody here is, like, talking in tune, like they're talking to their cat, just, explaining the run as we explain it so that they can experience it too.
I hear there are a number of cats out there in our audience who do enjoy speedrunning.
Yeah, occasionally someone will come into my chat and be like, hey, my cat enjoys watching you. I'm like, neat.
Do you also?
glad
You know
that's,
what? Maybe I shouldn't ask. The cat enjoys it, and that's enough for me.
Oh, yeah. the implication that
Yeah.
you don't care what their cat does.
Right. They're literally just putting you on for the cat and then walking away.
This reminds me of an experience I had at GDQ once where when GDQ was at the Bloomington location, I think this was SGDQ 2018.
Okay.
I was at the close by TGI Fridays with people, and someone came up to me and was like very timidly said, like, hi, you're my wife's favorite streamer. And wanted a picture with me for his wife.
Well, it's
Well,
something.
Did you ask them who their favorite streamer was?
I did not, no.
Oh, I don't do anything like that. I don't.
Oh
watch
no, I
streams.
just took the compliment and walked away.
Yeah, fair.
with the insinuation just completely ignored.
I wouldn't be caught dead watching video game streams. What am I, some kind of nerd?
It goes back to NASCAR, where you see left turns every 20 seconds.
Right. He unzips his jacket, and there's another jacket under it. It's a biker jacket.
I was expecting like Matryoshka dolls, so it's like a Matryoshka jacket.
Fair. That's
like,
also a good visual
progressively
image.
smaller.
Yeah.
Especially good for this image because it's got to be really warm under all those jackets. And this was in SGDQ.
Yeah,
this was just in July.
It's Minnesota, but yeah, it is during the summer months.
Anyways, we're on our way to get the Master Sword here. This is the first of the Lost Woods sequences where we are actually talking about the game and not about Matryoshka dolls. So, Jim is just going around and knocking Skull Kids around, Skull Kids singular around. He just kind of moves around. And this gets through the chase sequence, which will go into a small little boss fight. And that unlocks the Master Sword after we do a fun puzzle. So in case you were wondering what we're doing right now, we're just getting the Master Sword because, like Jim said before, we need Ending Blow to beat Ganondorf. We also need the Master Sword to beat Ganondorf, and that's really about it. Well, actually, Palace of Twilight, we need more than that, but...
Yeah, I mean, we also can't transform back into human unless we get the Master Sword, so we're kind of stuck.
Right. Right. Jim wants to be human. This is Creature Corner. Please do max % wolf, actually.
I don't think you get very far with just max % wolf.
That's true.
Considering the fact that Wolflink can't open big chests unless he has the Master Sword.
It would be a fun run to, if it labbed out in an interesting way, to have over on Make Your Own Victory, which is about runs that don't need to finish the game.
True. It's a very, very fun show and showcases a lot of runs that you don't normally get to see very often because they are less commonly run. People tend to like to beat the game, but you get some really fun meme categories. You can jump off a watchtower and die. That's really the only meme category that matters.
Fair.
Nice bonk, Jim.
Thank you. That bonk saved 1 frame. We are now at 305.
Perfect.
I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
Still got another hour and change to earn back a couple hundred more. We can do this.
So this is an entirely random puzzle that Jim just looks at it and knows the seed that he's on. So, you know, it's like a thing where the speedrunners have to understand all of the different seeding that you can get. That you have a 1-in-1 chance to get this seed, so you can just memorize that pattern for the given seed, and there you go.
Yep.
Yeah, so in short, the explanation for this puzzle is, you know, the runner knows where it is at all times. It knows this because it knows where it isn't by subtracting where it is from where it isn't.
Exactly.
Yep. And with that, I think we are about ready for our next break as we pick up the Master Sword. So,
Perfect.
break time. Be sure to hydrate. That's all I got.
No, that's the most important one. But yeah, as we're powering up here in The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess HD, do take the time that you need to power yourself up, whether it's by getting something to eat, something to drink, snuggling with your pets, and just taking a few minutes to take care of yourself before coming on back for more Out of the Box on the Games Done Quick Hot. And welcome back to Out of the Box on the Games Done Quick Hotfix. My name is T-Tree, and whether you're just joining us or you've been here all evening so far, I hope you are having a wonderful time and looking forward to more Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess HD, because we're getting back to it right now.
All right, thank you very much, T-Tree. And we will continue with the Twilight Princess HD in 3, 2, 1, go. Those of you just joining us, we have just picked up the Master Sword, which I don't actually have a timer up, but I think we're maybe like somewhere between an hour and 45 to an hour and 50 minutes into the run. Oh, but below that, okay. I thought I made more mistakes than that. Typical.
Good.
Typical
See what the amount-
speedrunner self-critical
No, of course.
behavior.
Yeah, no, we were talking about that in the last run too. You know, it's the little mistakes that add up to like a mental load of like, oh, I've been doing terribly this run. And then you look at where you actually are in your splits and it's like, oh, the timer completely disagrees. How can that be?
Yeah, now granted, I am still like 3 minutes behind my PB. But,
Sure.
yeah.
But that's just how showcases go. That's pretty standard. Things happen, and you just vibe the whole time while we watch Midna talk about what a shadow crystal is.
Also, the nature of being, you know, the top runner in the category. Your PB is the record, and so you really are just pushing against yourself as much as anything.
That's true.
Yeah, that's also true.
I mean, there definitely are some people who could get a better time than me, but they just haven't really been playing the game a lot lately, so.
Fair.
But to that end, you're the one who's playing it lately for two and a half
true.
years.
For 2.5
Yeah.
years. More or less. Alright, so we're gonna go do another sequence break again. Normally at this part of the game, you're supposed to do the setup for getting to the Arbiter's Grounds dungeon, but instead we are going to go to the Snow Peak dungeon to get the ball and chain. And now, normally to get to Snow Peak, you must first do Arbiter's Grounds, and then do a whole sequence with fishing up a specific kind of fish that you can know what the path up Snow Peak Mountain is. But we never got the fishing rod, so we actually can't do that. So instead we have to do a very finicky trick called Early Snow Peak, which is one of this run's like big run killers. Because essentially we have to manipulate a Wolfos to give us a Midna super jump attack that allows us to jump over the void out zone that normally sends us back to the beginning of this area. So we're going to be setting that up here. Thankfully, there's actually a very consistent way that we can get a starting angle here. We can simply just slide in the snow, and that will give us a consistent starting angle every time. So I can then line up to a specific visual cue here, and then we're gonna get the Wolfos to run down. Let's see, that might have been slightly too early. The Wolfos might be too high. We'll see here. We can just grab it in the ring. That looks good. All right.
Nice. All right, let's go.
Very good early Snow Peak. But yeah, so that trick ends a lot of runs.
Yeah, that is very nice that that went as well as it did.
Although, I will say that I have noticed, like, at least what I would consider to be a pretty significant bump in consistency ever since I started doing that setup where I slide off of the snow for the consistent starting angle. Because beforehand, the way that we got our starting angle was not consistent. It was, like, also based off of trying to get into a different position and look at a specific thing. So I think the very consistent starting angle is helping a lot with that.
So yeah, this run, which should have been put to rest at the beginning when we didn't get horse split, is now allowed to continue. Excellent.
Yes, that has saved us. I don't know how much time to measure that. Jim, what try was your PB?
For early Snow Peak?
Yes.
Also first try.
We have saved 0 frames.
Perfect.
Anyway, this is to skip a, messenger fight, which just means when we beat the Shadow Beasts and unlock a portal, we're never getting the Snow Peak portal. We're just going to jump over it, effectively set our respawn position past the portals, and then go up here and talk to this Yeti holding a giant piece of fish. And by piece of fish, I mean the entire fish. It's just one piece.
The one piece.
It's also still alive. Anyway, that's Yeto. we're not really going to see much from him, but we did get the option to go on a spiritual journey, which Jim did not say yes to.
We did not. Going on the spiritual journey does lose, like, frames.
If I ate a fish that large all in one go, I would probably be set up to have a spiritual journey.
Yeah, I could probably, I would probably agree with that if I had to eat a fish that was larger than me.
Yeah, especially considering the fish was larger than Link. That's a very good point. Now, this does set us up to do what we call blind snowboarding. We are unable to see because the fog was never cleared, the snow was never cleared from this snowstorm that's ongoing. Now, on the HD version, it's not nearly as much of a lack of vision as the GameCube version or the Wii version. You can kind of just see.
Yeah. And you can pick up rupees. And even though I hit the highest treetop, I failed to pick up the purple rupee that was there, which does not actually matter because I can just get an orange rupee inside Snow Peak anyway.
What rupee would you normally get if you did get that purple?
There is no other purple. You just always get the orange in Snow Peak currently.
Oh, I was thinking that you would get maybe like 2 reds somewhere, but fair enough.
Oh, I missed the Midna tech skip. Yeah, so now we get to Snow Peak, which we are going to do exactly half of. Because we don't have to beat Snow Peak.
That skip actually wasn't on you. The investors said they hadn't seen Midna enough recently, and everyone should be asking anytime Midna's not on screen, where's Midna? So we decided to show them more Midna.
It was a marketing
this makes
play,
sense.
I guess.
Correct.
Yeah.
Ooh, nice first frame 8.
Yes, first frame 8 pressed to not actually fall off the ledge. Yeah, so we're not doing Snow Peak the intended way at all. Also going to do a funny little trick here to climb all the way up this ladder. If I can press A at the right time. I was too late.
Yeah, so this is called LFC, or Ladder Freezered Cancel, which effectively what we're trying to do is on a single frame.
There we go.
There we go. Basically, this thing is supposed to breathe its ice breath infinitely, but if we cancel the ladder climb on a single frame, it causes it to stop its breath animation in such a way that the next time it starts it, it doesn't gain the attribute of breathing infinitely. It breathes normally, and that just lets us climb all the way up without being interrupted by it. Also, we had a thing called EBF. I forgot EBF was a thing in HD on Dark Hammer. Where did that come from?
The Skull Kid chase.
Ah.
And it never gets weird.
Yeah, we did Snow Peak without going to Arbiter's Grounds, so we got a thing called Early Boss Fights, which is a flag that's basically I've seen this before. If I die during a boss fight, you can now skip the intro cutscene. Basically taking that flag from one boss fight to another. It's a thing called Early Boss Fights, and that does just make the boss spawn without having to do anything to spawn it like you normally would have to. And that's what happened, why Dark Hammer was just already in the room.
I picked up the ball and chain and immediately pressed space bar to split. And was worried that I might have actually done something.
Did it work?
I don't think so.
Did you feel like you're on a good pace, though?
I mean, except for the, 6 tries that last freezer cancel. That segment was pretty good, yeah.
Well, then good. The split was good, and it was worth it to do that.
Yes.
And the investors are happy because we saw Midna.
It's true.
Exactly. But yeah, so we had to go and get the ball and chain because when we eventually get to the Zant fight in Palace of Twilight, the only way to stun Zant during the Blizzetta phase of the fight is to use the ball and chain. There is no alternative, so that's why we had to spend 10 minutes going to get the ball and chain. I'm also going to spend 2 minutes getting the next hidden skill in the chain of hidden skills, the Shield Bash. That's why we're going to Howl here now. Also, it makes Link a wolf longer, so that's appropriate for Creature Corner.
True. Can't argue with you.
Get your awoos ready, chat. Feel free to awoo. Here's my impression of a wolf. Awoo.
Oh, very good. I give that one a golf clap.
I hosted for a GDQ run of this a few years back, and I think I got all my awoos, not oohs. That's a different run. I got all my awoos out of my system then.
You kept all of the ooh-woos internally then?
Yeah, those had never been properly expressed. Maybe someday.
Those have to be restructured.
Yeah. I actually entered a settlement deal to kind of reorganize those on a more permanent basis. They're going to a place where they'll be, more used to someone else.
It required a restructuring of the org, but it's worth it in the long run. We're looking at the long-term picture here.
Right, I'm trying to leverage my strength, and Uwu simply weren't one of them, so they were of value to somebody else.
And like Link, we want our numbers to go up.
Like ladder, Link.
Go
How
up.
long is that ladder on HD?
Like 10 seconds?
That makes sense.
Does it?
It's like the GameCube version has slow, and Wii version have slower climbing speed, and it is an 18.5-second ladder.
I see.
So I note that because it's like a weirdly long amount of time for the ladder to be climbed.
Yeah, it's long enough for your chat to start making Metal Gear Solid references, but not long enough to actually sing the song.
Exactly. It's long enough for me to go, I've been on this ladder for a while, I've already taken a full drink of water, and I'm not done yet. Anyway, we're in desert now.
And
Not to be confused with dessert.
Yeah, I
true.
just had that.
What'd you have?
A little brownie bar. I keep some snacks in my office.
Ooh. Delightful.
Yep. Don't forget to treat yourselves, chat. You're worth it.
Exactly. Treat yourself to some water if you haven't hydrated in a bit. Deserts
That too.
are pretty arid.
Yeah.
You do actually have to drink twice as much while we're in this portion of the run.
Yeah, this is mandatory. So there's actually a cutscene that's going to play right here, of like the Bulblins noticing Link and then coming after him. And this cutscene, I think, is only supposed to play while it's daytime, which it is not technically daytime right now, but for some reason, whether or not the cutscene plays is determined by what time of day it was when you entered the area, and not what time of day it is when you actually trigger the cutscene.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
How interesting. Well, good thing we don't care about boars because we have a ball and chain.
Yes, this is also one of the reasons that it's nice to get the ball and chain before going to Arbiter's Grounds, so we don't have to worry about confiscating a boar to break that.
Now we're
And
going
how?
to collect... What is this one?
The shield attack.
Ah.
Or if you're Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, a shield parry.
Right.
That feels wrong.
I remember there were some, like in the Skyward Sword speedrunning community, we also call it shield bashing. And when Skyward Sword HD came out, some like Breath of the Wild speedrunners tried speedrunning Skyward Sword and kept referring to it as parrying, and I was like, please, no. It's shield bashing. Obviously, this does not actually matter, but I thought it was interesting. I was experiencing it happening.
Yeah, that's interesting, because I've also run Breath of the Wild, and I've somehow never made the mental connection that those two are the same thing. I just called one parrying without recognizing that it's the same thing as a shield bash.
Yeah.
This is cursed. Anyways, let's do tent hop.
Let us indeed do tent hop, and hopefully not get spotted by any boblins along the way, which happens if we go too close to those light sources, but thankfully we avoided that. And we can do a long jump attack to get over here to the other fence, and then hang on the ledge.
Hanging out.
Oh, okay, hold on. There we go.
Good recovery.
Thank you. It is very easy to fall down there. And it's also very annoying if you fall down there.
Yeah, the number of boblins just increases the longer it takes you to do that trick, so any failures just make difficulty compound over and over, and that is both a corporate speak and just what happens. Now, that let us get into the King Boblin 3 fight easily, because similarly to the Lanayru Twilight trigger that we went through earlier, it is also just a horizontal position check. It doesn't matter if you're at infinitely above or below the tent there, you just need to be in line with where the actual check is. Which is a weird box shape. It counts as a box if you don't care about one of the dimensions and extend it infinitely.
I feel like an infinite three-dimensional object in one dimension probably does not count as a box.
Yeah, at least in terms of like the quantum mechanics of the situation, we would call it like a wall, but you're introducing depth as a factor, which it's still a wall. I just don't recall any time putting them together in like infinite in one plane, but wall in two space. I don't recall anything like that. This has gotten really technical. We're in our house.
Yeah, see, so I don't quite have aphantasia, but I'm trying to imagine what you're describing in my head, and it's really not going well.
I'm just imagining, like, the contents of my quantum mechanics textbook.
I'd have an easier time imagining a quantum mechanics textbook and rotating that in my mind instead.
Chat engagement question. Can you rotate your quantum physics textbook in your mind?
Well, I've never had a quantum physics textbook. I can rotate other things in my mind, just not the quantum physics textbook that I've never had.
Can you rotate the lantern onto those sconces? Are those sconces, or are sconces restricted to walls?
I mean, they call them wall
idea.
sconces in such a case, so I don't think that's explicitly the case, but I don't think sconces are usually... I think they're usually either wall or ceiling mounted. I don't think they're like floor standing, in which case they'd just be like a lamp or a brazier or something.
I mean, it's definitely more of a brazier. Calling that a lamp feels sinful.
Yeah.
A sconce is a decorative light fixture that is mounted to a wall. Okay, they are specifically wall mounted.
All right.
So, chat, even if you didn't learn anything about Twilight Princess HD, you still learned some things this evening.
All right. Now, Jim is going to do some magic here. Like, this is just complicated to explain, but first we're going to get our friends Boney and Clyde. Yay!
Yay!
Hi!
And they're totally going to give us good RNG, and they're going to work with us.
You two have been deprecated from speedruns that aren't on the HD version. There's a corporate word again. Deprecated.
The solution has been right-sized to not include them.
It has been, and there's a good reason for it.
I'm getting the impression.
Yeah, the good reason is whatever nonsense is happening here. We're essentially trying to clip these two out of bounds. But to do that, we have to claw shot them in a precise way. Okay, there's
like
one.
Okay, yeah.
No, never mind. There's zero.
So there's two steps to it. It gets clipped into the gate like that, but then obviously it's capable of going either direction if you let it randomly go. So trying to hit it with the boomerang in a way that they will end up out of bounds, like how you can see through, or not really out of bounds, but on the other side of the gate.
Yeah.
Like you see Boney is right now. Clyde, however, is a little bit of the Dickens and is right in line. Okay, come on.
Yeah, it's tricky because you have to claw shot them like on the direct edge of their spherical hitbox while they're bouncing up and down.
There it is.
All right, there we go.
All right, I'm glad that we're in alignment.
Yeah. Now we do the tricky part of going across a very tiny out-of-bounds seam, which is why we also needed the shield bash here, because the shield bash is going to be the only way that we can cross out-of-bounds quicksand without sinking into it way too much. Also going to shake the Wii U gamepad here because this moves me more to the right.
Yeah, that is... yeah, that was for an actual reason, and yes, it looks silly.
You know, when people first started describing concepts of things like the back rooms and the idea that they were so scary, I honestly kind of assumed it'd be something like, you know, an infinite plane full of quicksand. That'd be scarier to me than whatever the back rooms is actually supposed to be.
Oh, they're coming out with a film about the back rooms.
Yes, they are.
I think that the idea of populating the back rooms with anything like that is inherent
kind of contradictory.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I get you.
Alright, so the first
anyway,
time...
back to wiggling.
Yeah, the first time I mistimed my shield bashes, so I was going to otherwise sink into the quicksand, which would actually be very bad, because then I would void out and I would have to reset Boney and Clyde back behind the gate again. So thankfully I did not void out.
Here. This lineup is very precise, so I have to look for a very specific cue.
I think that's correct. Yeah, there we go. Okay.
Now we slash with the iron boots on because this makes Link go slightly backward,
Which is necessary to not push him out of bounds when we transform into Wolf Link. And we do quick spins so that we can go perfectly straight forward without having to hold perfectly straight forward on the control stick. And now we're going to once again be at the whims of RNG for how long this takes. We want to do an ending blow here when one of the bubbles is in a specific part.
Okay.
Just right there, and that looks good. Oh, really?
Oh.
Wow. Oh, that sucks. I am honestly very surprised that we got stuck in jail there.
I am too. I imagine that what we couldn't see as well was probably a little bit of time where the bubble decided to turn to one other direction and then its hop was oriented slightly that we just ended up in jail. Now we just have to go at it again. It's perfectly fine.
Yeah.
This is a very, very hard trick and very stressful to do when you are live doing it for any show setting as the other person that can say that he's done that. This is not fun to do live.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not fun to do it all, but
thankfully the last part of the trick there that involves doing like that ending blow moon boots. Thankfully, the timing for that is not very difficult because I can just home buffer in the inputs for doing the final blow and pausing at the same time. But unfortunately, the really? Oh my goodness.
All right, Boney, Clyde, please, can you just behave a little bit?
See, so many gamers think that good aim is all about headshots and stuff like that. No, it turns out sometimes aiming for specific parts that aren't center mass is more important. And you'd be surprised how tricky that can be.
Yeah, it's also just difficult to aim for the edge of a sphere.
Right.
That you can't see.
Yeah, of an invisible sphere.
Since spherical objects technically don't have edges.
Or they have infinitely many.
Oh my god.
Oh, the same thing again. It's like it clips through you instead of through the wall.
Alright, both of you get back here. So you can see why this is also a very common run ending point.
Sure.
Yep.
About 2 hours into the run. Oh my god. They really hate the corners today.
They just turned into a pair of shoes and walked away together.
Yeah.
All right, you two. You go to timeout.
Timeout is on the other side of the wall, though.
Yeah, you go to timeout through the gate.
Jeez. Okay. Oh,
Oh my god.
one momentarily.
Yeah. Like, I mean, you know, the RNG here is usually not great, but this is, like, significantly worse than... Are you serious? How is this happening? Like, this is what I expect from, like, marathon luck.
Fair.
It's
Yeah.
this right
Yeah.
here.
It's just compounding because of the bow RNG was good and the EMS RNG was good. These two were like, oh, so we get to have it all to ourselves.
Ah, yes. Okay, you're
Okay.
gonna go this way.
There it is.
Thank you.
For all of this talk, we found the two who really weren't willing to be team players.
They aren't, but they might be Nepo hires.
It does seem like they've been here a while. I suppose I can see your point.
And now we got a part where we aggressively shake the Wii U gamepad again.
I love that part of the HD setup. That's exclusive to the HD setup. The GameCube setup involves like using notches and basically pretending you're playing Ocarina of Time. HD's just like, shake the camera.
And now we snow globe for a minute.
Rosebud.
Right.
Oh, it was the boat. I just spoiled that movie for anybody who hasn't seen a movie from the 1950s.
I mean, kind of, but also no.
Yeah.
I don't know what movie you're talking about, so maybe I'll recognize it.
It's also it's also not the 1950s. Citizen Kane's in 1941.
Oh.
Yeah. There's a reason why it was so far ahead of its time.
Yeah. I'll say.
But yes, if you've ever
Alright.
seen the man clapping emphatically in a movie theater with his hands out in front of him gif, that's from Citizen Kane.
All right.
Now
you
we are
two.
at the whims of RNG again.
Oh.
Oh, actually, I don't trust that.
I don't either.
Understandable.
I trust this one. Yeah. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Chat tells you that you do not want to watch Citizen Kane. Instead, you want to lock in and get this trick.
I mean, that's true. That is what I want to do right now. And it would help if at least one of the bubbles would go into the correct position. Because you technically only need one bubble for this to work. But obviously with two
Right.
randomly bouncing bubbles around, the chances of one of them going into the correct spot, in theory, should be better. Despite what it feels like sometimes.
Look, anything above 0 is better. It's true.
If we want to talk about statistics, if you know what a random walk is, that is literally what this is. Just two of them. All right, Boney, get in the corner. All right, that's Boney.
That I trust. Okay.
Nice.
Was that actually faster than just doing the dungeon normally?
Very well done.
No. But we did it anyway. And thankfully that's like the last run-ending trick that there is in the run, so... Should mostly be relatively smooth sailing from here on out. And we're going to be going through this section of Arbiter's Grounds backwards to go and get the spinner, because it is faster to do this backwards. We also didn't pick up the boss key there, even though we ran past it, because we're going to run past it again later anyway when we're already Human Link, and it will be better to do that when we are Human Link instead of Wolf Link, since opening that chest will force a transformation. Now here we're going to do a step clip where we essentially use the fact that Link's collision gets partially disabled in a stepping animation to clip through a wall, and then use the claw shots to skip having to defeat all those Stalfos. And now we are in the Death Sword arena, so hooray. Alright, so for Death Sword here, there is a way to skip Death Sword, although I don't personally go for it because I'm not consistent enough at it for the amount of time that it saves. If you do it optimally, it saves about 15 seconds, but I do not get it frequently enough that I think it would be worth it for me to go for, so I just defeat Death Sword normally. Part of the issue is that because we did that trick to skip the Poe Gate, if we if we skip Death Sword, then what happens is we either have to die to get out of this arena because we can't save warp, since save warping would put us back to the beginning of the dungeon and we'd have to do the Poe Gate skip again. But the only way to die is to get hit by Death Sword, since we don't have a way of doing damage to ourselves because we don't have bombs, right? So Death Sword did used to save more time than it currently does now, because we used to save warp after getting Spinner, but back then it saved like 20 to 25 seconds, and I did usually try to go for it, but not these days. Also, don't save warp. I literally just said to not do that.
Well, good thing you caught yourself. I was about to start going, no, 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 no.
Yeah.
Back to... Well, I don't know why I said back. We're on our way to Stallard, who is everybody's favorite bone duck.
Duck?
Yeah. Stallard. He's a mallard.
Ah, I see.
This has been a very interesting joke.
See, I was going to call him one of my favorite punch-out runners, especially that blindfolded run from, gosh, what year was that now?
Are you referring to Zallard?
Yes.
Oh, goodness.
2019?
I was going to say 18.
Yeah, one of those. Okay, blindfolded Wii was S2019, and blindfolded normal was A20.
Oh.
Or OG, rather.
Good to know.
I am surprised I did not fall off that spinner track.
I was just not commenting. I did not believe in you at all.
Jeez.
So fun fact, that room that Jim was just in is has that last spinner track where the one side of spinny death blades are desynced from the other. So the first cycle that you're on, the good cycle, is not repeated for about 36 hours of sitting in the room.
Oh.
You kind of just have to find another one that works. Anyway, Stallard does not have that kind of RNG. We just kind of play... I was about to say Beyblade, which is kind of true. It's almost more like billiards. I don't know.
Some combination of them.
You could probably play pool with Beyblades.
Yeah.
You'd only really do it once before you destroyed your pool table, but...
Or the Beyblades, depending on if it's the plastic ones or the metal ones.
Fair.
But yeah, so if you're familiar with GameCube speedruns, you might know about a trick called Stallard Skip. That trick is not possible in HD, so we are just going to fight Stallard normally. And the technical reason it's not possible is because the L sliding glitch, which is used to do clawshot actor displacement, is patched in HD, and I think also Wii. So the first cycle is pretty free here. The second and third cycles are a little bit trickier for dealing damage to Stallard because we have to move through a field of enemies, as we can see right here. And unfortunately, we kind of got ping-ponged around, and Stallard's arm sometimes likes to get in the way. And now, for the third cycle here, Stallard's going to spawn a line directly in front of him, so we can't go through the front. We instead have to ricochet off from the other side, and that's how we do the third cycle. And now Stallard is definitely dead. He will not be coming back.
I mean,
Yeah, you can tell because
he already was dead.
his eyes are going, like, they were red, now they're not.
Yeah, just like Optimus Prime.
Yeah.
That's a reference that I don't think any of us are old enough for.
No. And where'd the rest of the body go? This is just an empty room.
Well, we know that his spine disintegrated. Maybe that's what happened to the rest of his body.
Hey, that's what happened to me on Monday. That's why I'm using a heating pad right now.
Oh.
Or rather, it feels like it.
Yeah, I can
Remember
go
to sit
Thank you.
with proper lumbar support to
does
assist
help.
in the healing of the back.
That does help.
Oh goodness, Stallard's alive.
Ow. Well,
Jim, watch out for fireballs.
You didn't hear it whir down. Like the lights turn off and then it's supposed to go. That's how you know it's really gone. We didn't hear that, so.
Oh, good. Jim, you did not dodge that fireball. You went straight for it.
yeah, exactly. That's what you're supposed to do. When the enemy fires at you, you run at them. And clearly it works. I don't see why this is an issue. The quarterly numbers are up, right? So
It's true. And our Stal Lord is no more. I don't know how to make this into a corporate joke because you don't have corporate lords. It's not a thing.
No, I mean, we canceled the Star-Lord sequel early. It really just wasn't doing the numbers we were looking for.
And that's not even true. He's in Link's crossbow training.
No, that's a Star-Lord spin-off. That's not a sequel.
I see.
spin-off Lord.
No, Spin Lord was the entire rest of this dungeon.
That is true, yeah. This room is also, unfortunately, the only room in the game where the spinner has a base speed of 60. Everywhere else, it has a base speed of 30 and is slow.
Except for one specific track randomly in the overworld. Don't know why. But that's not the room speed. That's just like a
The
track.
rail speed, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so here is the Chamber of Mirrors.
Will we
Or
be
no,
using it in
that's a
yours?
Blueprints thing. This is the Mirror Chamber.
Yeah, sorry, wrong day. Blueprints was yesterday.
This is the Mirror
I-
Chamber.
Yes. Yes, it is, Jim. Been playing too much
Sorry.
Blueprints lately.
I actually have not been playing any Blueprints lately, so I don't know why I called it the Chamber of Mirrors. There is specifically only one mirror here. So we could say it's the Chamber of
Chamber of
Mirror,
Mirror.
and that would be correct. Yeah.
Or the Chambers of Mirror.
Well, that would suggest the one mirror is across multiple chambers.
It literally is. That is
Okay.
the plot of this video game.
Very good.
However, only one of the pieces of the mirror are actually relevant, and that's the one we're going to go get.
Yeah, it's the one that where the cannon shoots you at a 45-degree angle and you somehow end up very high in the sky.
Yep.
As long as you reach escape velocity, you can just go around a couple more times until you reach the city in the sky.
That's true, I guess, yeah.
Like
It doesn't
Superman
matter what
2.
your angle is as long as it's escape velocity.
Exactly.
Who cares if you burn up in the atmosphere?
All right, so the Link is being launched at 1,100 meters per second.
This kills the Link.
Nah. He's made of sterner stuff.
Granted, he's also never met a defeat he couldn't walk off, or at least reload. So I'm not worried.
That's true. Also, we just saved an hour, so I think that's 9,000 frames? No, more than that.
No, that's yeah.
No,
That's
it's
30.
18,000.
That's what, 3,600 times 30. Is that 180?
Calculator time.
Yeah, 108,000.
108,000.
All right.
That
So
considerable windfall, we're now up by 107,600 frames. What are we going to do to celebrate?
107,594.
Oh, thank you. This is why you're the numbers guy.
That is what I am. They pay me the money to do the counting.
They pay me the adequate bucks.
They pay me adequately.
There you go. It's as much as we can ask for.
they paid him to do the counting. They did not know he was a speedrunner.
Oh, yeah, sorry. This, I accidentally underflowed your accountancy software.
It's not overdrafting my account, it underflowed. Now
I mean, that's, you know, when Monopoly says bank error in your favor, especially knowing how modern software works, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the kind of thing that it's suggesting. But of course, if there is a bank error in your favor these days, my understanding is that you do, in fact, have to give it back. You are generally obligated to that sort of thing.
You know, yeah, I feel like if a bank error happened, it would just end up being like, give us our money back.
Right.
And then that's the end of that.
Yeah.
Our enforcement mechanism for that is that we're the bank and your account is still with us.
Yeah. What would happen if you then took that money? Is that not legal?
They debit the amount that you were supposed to owe them, or that was mistakenly added, and then you have a large negative balance.
Yeah, but let's say that you closed the account.
They probably still send you to collections anyway.
Yeah, fair enough.
What do you think collections looks like in the Zelda universe? Who do they send after you?
Tingle. No, actually, no, he's too greedy. Ankle.
Ankle, yeah. Anyway, we're in City in the Sky. We're gonna
Where
do.
you can go to escape from capitalism.
Oh, good.
Apparently, yeah.
After our withdrawal shenanigans just earlier, I think we should escape from capitalism.
There's no capitalism, but there is a dragon.
So the classical kind of greedy. Got it.
Yeah. I always love it in a randomizer when the boss disintegrates into nothing and then drops like a silver rupee. It's like, the boss was corrupted by money.
Yeah.
The enemy all along was $5.
Yeah, so using the spinner here is also why we came to City in the Sky after Arbiter's Grounds. If it was possible to skip using the spinner in City in the Sky, we would actually do City in the Sky first, because then we wouldn't have to warp back to the mirror chamber after City in the Sky. But gotta use that spinner, so gotta go to Arbiter's Grounds first.
Yeah, to do that, we would need to find a way to, like, jump across a very long gap. Longer than a long jump attack can go across.
Yeah, like a very, very long gap.
Yeah, so if a long jump attack can't do it, then the gap is a longer gap.
Yes.
We need a
In which case we need
longer,
a longer
jump attack.
Yes.
Glitch hunters,
be-
get on it.
That would be so funny if a completely different glitch was found in Twilight Princess that just yeets you at high speeds, and it was just called longer jump attack.
I would also not put it past the Twilight Princess community if it were similar enough.
I was gonna say that comes down to that kind of striation between the types of names that communities give their techniques.
I've come to learn that there's two kinds of speedrun communities.
Yes.
There's the explanatory ones,
Correct.
so long jump attack, early boss fights, things like that. They're descriptive names that are the mechanic that you're doing. And then there's ones that do the most ridiculous option And they go as technically descriptive as they can while still being funny. Shoutouts to the Sonic Adventure 2 community, who I don't think I can appropriately name some of the skips, because it's just not family friendly.
Right. But, you know, down to things like what a crazy gadget skip. In that's SA1, I think, but still.
Oh no, CGSS is SA2.
Oh,
That is one. Skips are definitely within that vein.
Sure. Yeah, no, I'm thinking, you know, when it comes to, there's also that third, the way I thought you were going with that joke is that the second school is that it's literally just an in-joke in the community or whatever the runner was doing at the time. Like, Pizza Tower has techniques like the up dog and the Eric. And then you can do a neutral Eric or a negative Eric.
See, that is a very fair way to do it. Where my brain was actually going is lately I've been running Minish Cap as the game that I've been running. Okay. And they do things like, we'll call this an ICBM. Right, and that's for Ice Corner Boost Momentum. That's not proper English, but you kind of know what I mean. Anyway, that's called a 3PCC.
Yep. Third-person claw shot clip. That is the trick that does not work on emulator for some reason.
Yep. It's also just fun to say. You want to see another 3PCC?
Yeah. I love 3PCCs. I'm going to do another one to skip this Aralphos fight, but this one is going to go up instead of sideways. And it's also going to require motion controls for me to flick the Wii gamepad up really aggressively.
Wait, so this one's 3PCC uppies?
Yeah, 3PCC uppies.
Perfect.
There we go.
Yay, uppies.
You did, in fact, get a significant quantity of uppies.
We've sufficiently went uppy.
All right. We have now called back to Soul Calibur 2 in that Link has multiple claw shots and is now basically Voldo from Soul Calibur.
Ooh. I would love that statement if I didn't hate Voldo.
Yeah. Voldo's very divisive for rather a lot of reasons. If you don't know who that character is, you can Google image search it later. Then you'll probably have the same reaction the Glover's having now. Fun to fight with.
Alright.
It just moves so goofy. Anyways, back to the game that we're actually playing.
Right.
Jim, what are we doing now?
We're gonna go kill a dragon.
Ooh. We need a big key for that, like a rather large one.
We do. Now, the good news is, someone forgot to turn on the fan in this next room, so we're just gonna immediately go get the boss key instead. Don't know who did that.
Well, they should. That concern should be raised with the proper staff.
Yes.
We can get their supervisors on them because, you know, we really like central air here. But I see that it's serving some amount of use case for you being able to claw shot to the greenery that's apparently been so long, it's been able to grow.
And something tells me this place is not compliant with OSHA regulations.
We'll give it away.
Well, what is it meant to be manufactured?
The need to use extended long jumps to get around anywhere?
Well, technically those are optional. But the use of claw shots to go over large voids is required, so I don't think that would be very OSHA compliant.
I think if you ever watched any of Brian David Gilbert's videos on OSHA compliance in video game workplaces, he might have a connection on seeing this. I don't think the Mushroom Kingdom got off very well in his estimation, so I think this would fare much, much worse.
I'd believe it.
You know, the Mushroom Kingdom is made of mushroom. The city in the sky is made of sky.
I don't think that's how that works, but I also don't know enough to question you on it. I'm just going to have to take it on faith.
Can't you tell that this grating is made of sky? I don't know where to take this joke.
It's almost not worth thinking about. So I won't.
Yeah, so interestingly, these fans actually spin slower on HD compared to how fast they spin on the GameCube and Wii version, so we can actually take a slightly more lenient path up them to get to the top quickly.
Now, if
Thanks
you
to their
entered this
slower
room
speeds.
at 12 o'clock, would all of the fans be still instead?
Oh, I broke the fans right twice a day.
I don't think so, because this game actually forces daytime to be noon when you get here, and it stays noon the entire time. So the answer is no.
Yeah, we're already at midday. Good to know.
Alright, let's see if we can quickly do the Rob shot.
Ooh, Rob Shaw?
That looks pretty good. Yeah.
Yay! Alright, so here's Argarok. It's a dragon
Yep.
with armor.
Surprised they didn't call it Armor Rock. I guess they already had Armagoma.
They could have called it Armorok. Although, I'm surprised that they didn't go for like a Gleeok kind of name. I guess they kind of did, but the R being there makes it feel like it's a Kargarok.
Yeah, I think Kargarok is the inspiration. It also doesn't have 3 heads.
No,
Like a Gleeok
not all
does.
Gleeoks have 3 heads.
So I don't know if anyone else noticed, but during the very brief window where you're actually pulling Argarok down with the iron boots, for some reason the corner of the skybox is very visible. Like there's just a very apparent
seam,
cut
yeah.
between the clouds that you can
Nice.
see.
That is, I've never noticed that before.
I'm pretty sure it's HD only. 'Cause it's not something you would notice on GameCube or Wii.
The amount
makes
of
sense.
local
That sounds
gravity
like,
Link is exerting is so great that not only is the boss pulled down to the ground, but the actual seams of the world are exposed around us.
Alright, here's P-hats. They were just randomly in the ground on the stage.
Yeah, and they were like, "Ooh, it's raining. Time to drink."
Plants are fascinating.
What is this camera?
Also fascinating.
I don't know what happened to the camera there. Yeah, so now we've entered the second phase of the fight, and normally these sections where Argarok spits fire at us and we have to go around him take kind of a long time, but we can sort of trick Argarok into ending his fire early by waiting until the fire is above us and we've sunk down by a low enough amount. Now we can just quickly go to the back of him and deal the damage.
Deal the damage, stab the dragon, win the game.
Win the match or the game? 'Cause I don't think the game's over just yet.
That's Argerdorf.
Argerdorf. Yeah. Yeah, so second cycle here, same thing, except it didn't work for some reason, I think. I don't know, did it work? I think it worked, yeah. It was just weirdly delayed.
Yeah, that was interesting.
I did kind of mess
Maybe-
up the timing for shooting the claw shot, so that might have been it. Usually that results in it not working at all, though, so I'm glad that still worked.
Yeah, and the third cycle is technically identical to the first two, just the actual mechanic of the third cycle is different. So we compensate to account for the fact that Argarok is going to turn around. So first we go over 4 P-hats, and then we start sinking to do the exact same mechanic. Timed in a certain way, like Jim's doing right now. And then release when we see fire again. And there we go. Bye-bye, Argy.
Bye-bye, dragon. This reminds me that some people like to call Arbiter's Grounds Arby's.
I haven't heard of an Arby's in a while. You could have told me that it was bankrupt, and I would believe you.
I have not heard of actually an Arby's in a while either, yeah. Unless it's in reference to people saying Arby's and meaning Arbiter's Grounds in the Twilight Princess speedrunning community.
Yeah, fair enough.
Let's see, the closest one to me is about 15 miles. I don't know if it's closer or further than I would have guessed. Probably closer.
Huh.
Yeah, no, that makes me wonder if this game has a randomizer and you can put it in Archipelago, could you get BK'd in Arby's?
You can definitely get BK'd in Arby's. Not for HD specifically, but for GameCube, yeah.
Yeah.
The nearest Arby's is apparently 2 buildings down from the Wendy's I got dinner at tonight.
And yet you somehow didn't know it was there. Boy, that's really speaking to their brand identity these days.
Very much so.
If you want to get back to talking corporate.
All right, well, speaking of corporate, I think we are officially sanctioned to some break time. So
like
we are just in time for our third break. So we will see you guys for Palace of Twilight in 5 minutes.
Jim said everything I needed to. Take care of yourselves real quick and come on back for. And for one more time, welcome back to Out of the Box on the Games Done Quick Hotfix. My name is T-Tree, and we are into our last wolf leg of this run of Twilight Princess HD with Gymnast. So, Jim, let's get it done.
All right, let's do it. We will be continuing in 3, 2, 1, go. As we fall out of City in the Sky here, that we just completed, which is the only mirror shard that we need to access the Palace of Twilight. The developers did not check for all of the mirror shards, only what they believed was the last one. So that's also what ultimately allows us to skip completing Snow Peak Ruins and Temple of Time. And then by extension, Goron Mines, because if we had to complete Temple of Time, we would need the bow from Goron Mines.
Yeah, so we would have to do half of Goron Mines, which
is basically all of Goron Mines.
It's basically all of Goron Mines. Getting the bow, while it's technically half, is quite literally like somewhere between 75 and 80%, if I had to wager a guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, I was wondering quite what you meant when you said that. I was wondering if this was like that argument about pricing in video games where $8 is $5, but $10 is actually $15.
Oh, yeah, that is true. Unfortunately, as companies are learning, $70 is not $60.
Granted. Well, as both companies and consumers are learning together, yes. But $40 might be $60. It's hard to say for sure.
$40 might be $60. That Zant head might be dead.
Yeah.
Until further
we will
notice.
Never know.
You know what happened the last time we said an enemy was definitely dead.
Well, unfortunately, there's going to be like a dozen more of those Zant heads. I just can't guarantee if they're different ones or one coming back for round 2.
Understandable.
Yeah, Palace of Twilight is a lot of waiting for platforms, defeating Zant heads, and waiting for chests to spawn.
Mm-hmm. T-Tree, how well do you know this game?
Passingly, as in I played it back in when this version was new and not since.
How many small keys do you think are in this dungeon?
Typically the number isn't especially large, but you've asked me this question, so I'm going to say 6.
You're very close. It's 7.
And there we go. We've made the reference.
Everybody, put your hands up in the traditional manner and do what you must.
Yeah. I honestly also that's part of why I shot for that number. If I went 7 and it was 6, then it wouldn't have worked. So I had to go 6 first.
Yeah, no, that's very fair. Well done.
I want to assure you we did not coordinate that in advance.
No, we didn't.
Yeah, what goes on in GDQ production chats? Hey, how are we going to fit 6-7 into this segment?
Yeah. That's actually a mandate from higher ups.
Oh no, not the like all hands sync meeting where it's just make sure you 6-7 on hotfix.
What's this quarter's operationalizing goal? Well, we'd like to work more memes into the broadcast.
The corporate safe memes include 6-7 and basically no other meme ever.
Right. Meme economics are truly a realm beyond my understanding.
True. Very true. And it's also beyond the marketing teams of most companies. Yet they try.
They do indeed try. We can give them that much.
I mean, they try because they're paid in the interest of marketing a product or service.
Yeah.
I believe that the people in marketing are paid via money.
Interesting. That sounds nice.
Something paid in exposure.
Oh, let's not get into that.
Those squeebles were attacking you because you tried to pay an exposure.
Yeah, there you go. So you deserved it.
I just love that Squeebles is just a community name, but it's like way more fitting than the actual name. Those little squid-like guys, there's like a bajillion of right there. Yeah. The community calls those Squeebles.
Right.
It's a very fitting name. Their actual name is Twilight Vermin.
Okay.
The
Yeah.
Twilight
Twilight or Twilight Vermin. Yeah. I mean, that's descriptive. It's like evocative of the theme, but yeah.
Exactly. But it's less fun than Squeeble.
Right.
And I'm here to have fun.
Well, considering that Stupid Room is coming up.
Oh, yeah. So this next room is called Stupid Room. It's stupid, and frankly, you'll probably see why.
Fair.
Though sometimes if it goes well, it isn't obvious why it's called Stupid Room. But usually it's obvious why it's called Stupid Room.
For a
On
bonus
GDQ
stupid fact.
runs. Oh, go ahead.
We've also got. Oh, I'm sorry. This may be a slightly different enemy type. I pulled up Shadow Vermin, which is, I think, the general term because it redirected on the Zelda wiki. Shadow Vermin, also known as black monsters, black things, or simply creatures. All of which sound like oversimplifications. And then for some reason, the C also from this page is just a link to rat.
Right.
Which, I mean, yeah, also vermin technically, but you're really overgeneralizing here, Wikimaker.
I just really like that it says creatures. It's like the Wikipedia entry for, and this is the common blue jay, sometimes also known as a bird.
Yes. a colloquially known as scrimblow.
Scrimblow. I always find that particular set of Zant heads to be very satisfying, just because they do like multiple double hits.
Yeah, going back and forth between all of them is very satisfying.
You could say that it really scratches the old scrimblow.
Indeed.
Okay, now we're just making up words.
I mean, yeah, that's what the English language is.
Well, yes, but
Especially when you're working as a community to do something like define the names of enemies and tricks in a speedrun. You're literally just yes-anding each other until you have a whole dictionary worth of terminology that only the community properly understands.
I suppose. I can
So
see.
here's another one for you on actual names of things tree. So you see that hand there, and you remember how the hand was chasing us while we took the orb from it in the previous wing, and it's going to do again in this wing?
Yes.
So those hands, generally in Zelda games, are floor masters or wall masters, depending on the game, right?
And which surface they come off of.
Basically. So, what do you think that this one is called?
See, I would have just gone with spectral hand, but considering where it's coming from, it's currently in the floor, so what you got for me?
That is a Zant hand.
Oh, yeah, no, fair. It's an order of operations sort of thing, or like a level of importance, and because Zant is more important than the concept of being a master of something, he takes precedence. I get it.
Okay, that's just so much shade at the lore of this game. Unnecessarily.
If they made a sword that was Zant's sword, that it would take precedence over the master sword. It'd be the Zant sword. That's more important.
Oh, is that what the mid-dungeon item here is?
Oh.
The Zant sword?
Could be.
We do get a sword in this dungeon. Or rather, we infuse our sword with light to make the light sword. So if it's the Zant sword, we infuse our sword with Zant. That
Yeah. Well,
just sounds
I don't
like
this
violence
idea anymore.
Yeah, that just sounds like violence. So,
I mean,
anyways.
at the end of Skyward Sword, you infuse your sword with demise.
You know what? That's fair enough. That is indeed what happened.
Anyway, I'm waiting
Nice
on a
turning
platform.
Ah.
This is peak Palace of Twilight gameplay right here.
And then what? Tears of the Kingdom, you infuse your sword with dragon.
Yep.
It's also Zelda.
Well, you infuse the dragon with sword.
Oh, sorry. Yes, other way around. My bad.
Now we're waiting on another platform.
And in fairness, that is also the end of this game, almost. You infuse the Ganondorf with sword.
Right. Not the first or last time Link will have done that.
No. And canonically to this game, not the first time this iteration of Ganondorf has had it happen in this cycle.
Ugh. It's, that's a deep-seated trauma.
Yeah.
You see Link jumping at you, be like, no, not again.
Want to hear the most metal part of this game's story?
Go on.
The sword that Ganondorf fights you with at the end of the game is the one that he was stabbed with and pulled out of his own chest.
Yeah.
That is pretty metal.
Yeah.
Sword of
Anyways.
7 Sages.
The Sword of the Seven Sages. Are you going to do the fun strat here?
You mean the task strat?
It's only tasked to be fast. It's very doable on a slow pace.
Oh, I see. No, I have never learned the skip here.
You can skip putting those balls in the holes, and it saves like 2 seconds for a task, and depends on Keys RNG, but it's kind of fun to do.
Perfect. You know, considering how enemy RNG has treated us this run, I feel like we probably shouldn't have.
I feel like
Thankfully.
overall it was just kind of Bonnie and Clyde.
Right.
Yeah, they stole all the RNG. So now that means the rest of the RNG for the run is clearly going to be perfect.
All right, commenting on the next time RNG goes suboptimally.
But yeah, so we continue to wait on platforms. Occasionally we can do a long jump attack to save like 2 seconds.
Commenting on the next time RNG went suboptimally, the Keys was in a position that got it stuck in the boomerang.
Why is that on optimal?
Slows down the boomerang speed.
Does it?
Yeah. Whenever there's an item in the boomerang, it moves slower.
I thought that was only if you like freehand threw the boomerang. But I might be.
I might also be wrong. These are statements.
We got another one.
And Jim voided out there not because he's being a silly person, but because it spawned those heads much faster than before. This resets the cycle of the room so that he can go ahead and grab the big key here by climbing up this waterfall of darkness, Twilight curtain or something. And I was going to say so that he'll be perfectly on cycle, but I'll be real, I don't know that he's on cycle anymore.
Is it still a waterfall if the thing that's falling isn't water?
Oh, no, you're wrong.
Interesting. This must be some version of metaphor that I'm not familiar with.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think we're asking like a
Twilight
structure versus
curtain
purpose
fall.
kind of question. Yeah, curtain fall. That's the one.
I've heard it called a Twilight curtain before, but I've also just heard it called a waterfall. So I don't know.
Chat mentions that they did previously have a discussion which established that air is wet, which is true. Humidity in the air. And also the relative differential between air and water is what gives you the perception of wet, if I remember correctly.
That tracks. I'm someone who will tell you that basically everything is wet until you consider the atomic scale. So,
I mean, yeah, I can definitely see that argument.
there's just varying degrees of comfort when wet.
I am waiting on more platforms.
Yes, but are you comfortable?
Exactly what I was going to ask.
I mean, yeah, I'd say I'm pretty comfortable. I don't actually know if I'll be able to make this cycle up here, but hopefully I will.
Oh, yeah, you
think
got
we're
this.
good. Yeah. Thanks, gyro aiming.
We're using tilt controls.
I'm using tilt controls.
That was the other use of the shield bash in this run. Stunning
And that one
Xant
saves
head.
a few seconds.
Hey, we did it. We saved time.
Well, as we established, we are 107,000 frames.
and change.
Yeah. Would have been less
Minus
if I had
whatever
fallen
we-
off that platform.
Minus
but
whatever
I
we
did
lost
not.
to Boney and Clyde.
You did get surprisingly close to falling off that platform. I was a little bit spooked, but just fine. Anyway, we have gotten all 7 small keys, as well as a big one.
Yep.
That means that Palace of Twilight is nearly over.
I'm sorry, did you say small keys? Because I'm not sure how you tell the relative size of keys apart. Like, if you want to talk to that for a minute.
By grabbing them.
Oh, that's violent.
Well, only if it's forcefully.
I see. So Link asks the keys for permission first.
Yes.
That's good. I'm glad he at least gets along with most of the creatures of Hyrule.
Fortunately, not
unfortunate.
this next one.
It's just unfortunate that we see most of the circumstances where he doesn't prep instead.
He's just called Xant a creature.
Look, humans are just creatures too.
He's Xanto.
I mean, have you seen...
Actually, I think I'm not allowed to admit that because I just invalidated the entire premise of Creature Corner. Whoops. Sorry,
Okay,
Satan.
well, we can undo that by Xant's not a human and also has shark teeth. So,
okay.
or more
Okay.
like anglerfish teeth. He has very interesting teeth.
So this is the most exciting part of Palace of Twilight, which is fighting Xant. Actually, I have a lot of cool strategies that we get to use. Generally, when we are hitting Xant, we only really need to do the last hit in a combo of 4 for the attack to do as much damage as it needs to, which can lead to some interesting strats. Here, I'm going to hope that we can get the 1 cycle for this phase. And, yep, all right.
Nice.
That's a 2-frame window for releasing the B button at the right time.
Wow.
saves like 10 seconds-ish. And we got
Yeah,
the
it's
water
very
phase,
interesting,
which we just kind of have to wait around for these mouths to open for.
Mm-hmm.
And we can
This
watch
is,
on Zant.
Quite a bit easier when you have Zora armor, which is definitely a thing that happens at all points and is not something that is skipped in other runs. But yeah, it is kind of nice to have the Zora armor here, especially because your sword slashes are much faster underwater if you have the Zora armor equipped. So you can just do the sword slashes quite a bit easier.
Yeah, and we can also... the head that Zant spawns in for the second cycle there is always the one that's furthest away from you, so we time swimming at it at a specific interval so that we always know that he's going to be in that one.
And now the Ook phase is where the music really gets bopping. Which is an interesting statement for those of us that know that I can't actually hear it right now.
Look, you are gamely doing as those who have screen shares that don't include audio do, and pointing out, oh yeah, I'm sure everyone is really enjoying the music right now. And then you omit the other part where I wish it was us also.
And so this is the entire reason that we needed the ball and chain, is just to stun Zant twice. We of course use it for other things because we have it, but this is the only required use for it. Zant, come back here.
His toesies. Imagine using, like, your supernatural powers in a slew of varied and interesting ways, and the guy that you're fighting just has an answer for all of them immediately. It kind of, like, puts into perspective the way that Zant's about to feel here in a second. Like, yeah, I would probably react like this too.
I'll be real, that kind of just sounds like the final fight in like any JoJo story arc. The villain finally shows off their full power, but the hero is also so fully realized that it's like, no, it's not your turn anymore. It's my turn now, permanently.
That also just sounds like any time I play Magic the Gathering.
Rough.
All right. We have defeated the company CEO, to then learn that there's actually a parent company that was running this company.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Not again, Incorporated. That was a horrible joke, but...
You're saying to name check another GDQ Hotfix show, it might be time to do a little fast travel overseas to have a word with the parent company.
Yes.
I don't know about overseas. This is kind of just a desert that's like, I don't know, 2 miles from the city for some reason.
Well, at least it's convenient to get, to commute to the city from the desert.
True. Warping is fast traveling.
It is true.
So
yes.
something fast travel. Watch that show too.
We also did skip a mailman trigger there. The mailman does not get to talk to us.
Whap, whap.
We got 1 male enthusiast.
And we're also going to see if I can get the validation bonked by bonking into this loading zone, which I did. That means the run is now validated.
Hooray!
Do you feel validated, Jim?
I feel very validated. Thank you, Glovers.
I'm glad to hear it.
You should. This run has gone well.
Yeah, I mean, aside from just the obscenely awful bubble RNG,
Right.
everything else for the most part has been pretty good. I can also take this chance to hydrate because I don't have to give the controller any input for like 1 minute and 40 seconds.
Hooray!
Right on. But yeah, I'll take a quick opportunity to just remind people that this is a special double feature of Out of the Box, and that Creature Corner will return at its normal time in 2 weeks on May 6th at 10 p.m. Eastern. And in the meantime, there will also be a special Thursday showing of Out of the Box and Creature Corner next week on April 30th, starting at 7 Eastern. And so we'll return to our normal Wednesday time, the both of us, back in May, but there'll be an extra episode from each of us next Thursday.
Whoa. Thursday power. How coincidental. Jim, Midna turned into a spider and then got better. How do you feel?
I don't know. I don't think I have any thoughts on this matter.
Okay. Well, I mean, the question was technically, how do you feel? Just like generally, not how do you feel about the fact that this happened. So,
Yeah, it's just two separate statements. Midna did this. How are you feeling?
I am feeling pretty all right, I'd say. I'm just chilling. I'm playing Zelda.
Quite possibly better than Midna, considering what she's been through recently.
Probably, yes.
It's better than Midna will be in a moment.
Granted.
Oh, this is interesting.
What? Oh, that's not the direction I thought that guy was going. Come on.
Excuse you.
Alright. This did not actually save any time, but it looks cool. So we skipped having to do the barrier fight there.
God.
It saves time if you get it first try, but unfortunately I got a weird running pattern from the Bokoblin there.
I've never seen that before.
Yeah, it only saves time for us because we don't have explosives.
That makes sense. Okay.
If you have explosives, it's just faster to let an explosive loose on them and just do it in one hit.
Yeah, I've also seen plenty of methods for barrier one skip. I've just never seen a moon boots ending blow. Mabeb, as it were.
Gesundheit.
Okay.
Bitte.
Alright, save it for fast travel.
Right,
Here's King
sorry.
Baldwin 4. So, one very notable difference between the HD and SD versions is the inability to hit King Bulblin multiple times with one spin attack, or just generally hitting things multiple times with one spin attack. That is something that's used to our advantage a lot in GameCube and Wii runs, where in HD, it just isn't present. So...
Except for Stallard, thankfully.
Except for Stallard, yeah. Alright, Jim, are you going to do a sick flip?
Yep, because I can input buffer it.
Jim has done a sick flip. Everybody bow.
And then I save warped, because if we wanted to go back, we would have to then do the barrier fight anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And we also skipped a Midna-Tex trigger.
Huzzah!
Thank you, Wolf.
Anyways, we're gonna go inside. It's raining.
It always rains in Hyrule Castle. Hyrule Castle is very wet, apparently.
There's a metaphor there somewhere. But does Hyrule Castle know that it's wet? Can it feel that?
Well, the courtyard's not wet. Only wet on the molecular level.
Right. Sorry, I suppose I'm not considering it at Planck scale, or whatever the appropriate range would be.
Yes. Please consider, if you are within a plonk of an H2O molecule, are you wet? I think I just said, are you a wet? So you know what? I'm just going to give this up.
So,
Jim is fighting a dark nut. Jim? Why do you have to fight that dark nut?
Because I have to make this barrier go down.
Yeah, but they look polite.
Well, they did try to attack me, so I'm not so sure.
Maybe they challenged you to combat politely.
That's true, in which case I am still fighting them.
Okay.
Politely, I suppose, though.
I love the assertion that even though after combat's done, you are still currently fighting them.
We also did
we're
this
all
puzzle
fighting
in
with-
the wrong
Sorry, go ahead.
order.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Yeah, so there is a solution to that puzzle behind a painting that explains what order to light them in, and Jim technically did it in the order 2, 1, 3, 4 instead of 1, 2, 3, 4, because you can do that and it saves like half a second.
Excellent.
Anyways, now he's just slashing things. Because we didn't have bombs.
Right.
I'm a little surprised that there's not a strat using the ball and chain, but I imagine it's just too slow for them to not put up their shields.
Yeah, at least as far as I'm aware. This guy, though.
This guy is definitely someone who will succumb to the power of our ball and chain, and not really because the fifth hit didn't connect. Like it sometimes doesn't.
Alright, now I'm going to transform into Wolflink. Doing this does not save time. However, what it does do is give me the ability to equip the spinner while I am running as Wolflink, which is much easier than while I am as rolling as Human Link. And it's also funny because when we get to this next cutscene right here, we have a glitchy transformation that's basically just instant.
Like the game realized it had to load back in a different model.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with that one. The game's just like, he should be human.
Yeah, usually those glitchy transformations happen to some degree when you have, or like, it will just do other weird shenanigans before it expects you to have the Master Sword, or otherwise be unable to transform, where this is Hyrule Castle. You can obviously transform. In fact, the next room, the casual solution is to transform.
Yep.
The speedrunner solution is, no.
Right.
The speedrun solution is we know the path, and we're also not going to follow the path.
Yep. It's a
Yeah, so-
fun little falling block puzzle.
This dungeon only requires 2 small keys to go through, but it actually does have 3 small keys because there's an extra room at the end with a lot of treasure chests if you get the 3rd one. But the King Bulblin small key is faster to get than the other one at the bottom of the castle, which is in the graveyard. And also requires Dominion Rod, which we do not have.
But what we do have is the double claw shots to be able to climb up this broken staircase. We also have the Master Sword, which gives us the ability to defeat these dastardly enemies, and the spinner to climb up this staircase alongside the railing. And the ability to just claw shot this grate because they forgot that this existed, so we skip that fight.
Yep. That was not found
love-
until 2016.
Yeah, I love that for that reason. It took a decade to find that.
So if you ever wonder
That's
why
the DM.
QA testers don't catch something odd in a game, you can better appreciate why. Speedrunners sometimes don't recognize where tricks that save time are in games until a decade later.
Now, to be fair, you do have to be at like a fairly specific position to be able to claw shot it, so it's not like it's
Like it's just
like any
yeah.
position will work. But yeah. Alright, now we experience RNG, which is not perfect, and so therefore I was wrong. Glubbers, you can laugh at me.
Ha ha!
Thank you.
You're welcome. So the way that this fight works is, it's RNG in every component, but the major part is that Zelda can do one of 3 attacks: the light ball, the lunge attack, or what I call a Dorito, which is a Triforce attack. There's the lunge again. And the perfect RNG cycles would be that on the 1st, 3rd, and 7th attacks, Zelda can do a light ball. So if she does a light ball, she then first has to do 1 lunge or Dorito before she can do a 2nd light ball, like Jim just connected. And now we would have to go through 4, 5, and 6 before we can get to the 7th. Now, it's not currently on those cycles, but we do still have to go through those 3 minimum attacks. This is not the greatest RNG, but currently we're not actually able to progress the fight anymore to the 3rd attack. Another thing that's RNG about this fight is the speed at which Zelda attacks. So if you saw her just swaying in the air, yeah, that's kind of just bad RNG also. This fight kills PBs, because even though the run finished, she can say no.
Yeah.
Alright, so that's bad RNG again.
Yeah, I think it's something like the difference in time between like the best possible 7-cycle fight and the worst possible 7-cycle fight is 35 seconds.
Yep.
Granted,
That's optimal attack patterns.
well, yeah, well that's
Optimal attack cycle count, I should say.
yeah, that's just the purely cycle count. Now, granted, nobody is ever getting perfect RNG, and nobody is ever getting the worst possible RNG, but this RNG is pretty bad.
Yeah, this is 13
Right
now.
I have honestly not been counting, so
Yeah, you're very
It's
much in
some
the vein
ridiculous
of, we talked about the standard distribution
Okay.
curve during one of the fights in Link to the Past earlier this evening, and yeah, this is about as bad as that. I'd say we're on the far end of the normal distribution.
Yeah, that was a 13, which is probably in the 1 in a few hundred chance.
Yeah, unfortunately, the game just decided that you'd had it too good for too long.
alright, it's time to now email whoever the singer is. Because he's saying email
Yeah.
me.
They would like to be emailed.
Do they want to discuss the latest quarterly report?
Maybe they do. You know, we have the metrics from the end of first quarter, and as we go into this second financial quarter, we're looking at the beginnings and looking at how it might shape up to be based on projections from that first quarter, and we would really like to see some amount of change that increases the margins just in going into the second and the rest of this financial year, because number go up.
Yeah, no, for sure. I really appreciate that you took the time to tell us that, and that you've brought so many next level ideas to this organization. But all I really need to say at this point is that this combat could have been an email.
It really could have.
Very well done.
All right. We are finally meeting the CEO of the parent company, Ganondorf.
There he is.
Time for the notorious horseback phase of the fight, where stuff like that happens.
Yep.
Not helped by the
Average
fact,
horseback.
not helped by the fact that the HD horse controls are not very good. For some reason, the horse controls on the GameCube and Wii version were fine. Nice. Thank you, Ganondorf. But for some reason, I guess the HD developers felt like they needed to make it harder, and so now Epona only responds to cardinal direction input, whereas in the original titles, Epona also responds to diagonal notch input instead of just up, down, left, right.
Love that. What? What do you... Huh.
Yeah.
Alright. Anyways, we've knocked the CEO off of his high horse, taking him down a notch here, and He's just laughing. That's actually pretty normal for CEO behavior.
Yes. He's not mad. He's actually laughing. And that's not blood in his mouth. It's victory won.
Gymnast, slash those profit margins.
Oh, I gladly will. And it'll only take me 3 slashes. So let's all count together now. 1.
1. Ooh.
2.
Oh,
And 3.
3.
Oh, hold on. I need iron boots for
Tootsie
extra
Pop
weight.
Iron boots and
And time.
GG's.
nicely done.
And that is The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess HD Any Percent Corporate Jokes Edition.
Right.
That was the entirety of that 3 hours.
Looks like it was right about 3:19:46.
All right, not too bad. Over 50% of that time loss was just bubble.
I was going to say, yeah, bubble RNG notwithstanding.
It was a very fun run to watch, Jim.
Yeah, thank you very much, Glovers, for joining me on commentary. If you guys want to watch me do stuff, you can Google Gymnast86 and you'll find me. Yeah, I do Zelda speedruns. I think most people know that. But if you don't, that's what I do. What do you do, Glovers?
I also do Zelda speedruns. If you I almost said if you Joogle. It's not.
Yep.
If you do...
If you Glover Googles, I have no idea what you'll find.
If you Joogle me, apparently, you'll find
if you
me
Scrimblow
and a glove
Glovers.
brand. Oh, what was that, T-Tree? I couldn't hear you. I was laughing.
I said if you Scrimblow Glovers.
Yeah, if you Scrimblow me.
Yep.
I also run this game, but on GameCube. We're doing like tournament. That's gonna be fun. I was going to say a thing, but
Wolf Dash 5.
yeah, next month, end of next month.
Very cool. Thank you so much for sharing those things, where people can find you, and all the rest of the laughs we had along the way on this Twilight Princess HD run. Really a ton of fun, and thank you so much to the both of you for joining us. That is all for Out of the Box and for Games Done Quick for the evening. If you missed today's Out of the Box double feature, stay tuned as we replay both runs after this, and tune in tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern for a Thursday speedrun special showcase of Dynasty Warrior Origins, followed by Passion Project. Have a wonderful day.